Houston, step up. Thank you. Thank you, man. The guy that's holding Lucas. All right.
Have a seat. All right, Mr. Wilson, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I will go ahead and do our initial advisement here, and then we'll bring in our interpreter matter.
Perfect.
All right, good morning. I'm Commissioner Procco. This is the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar for February 5th, 2025.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenos días. Soy la comisionada Procto y esta es la comparecencia inicial de las 8 de la mañana del día 5 de febrero de 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples by the Sheriff's Office that were made on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar.
Las órdenes del tribunal de que la oficina del comisario les tome sus huellas dactilares y muestras de ADN que fueron realizadas en el calendario de las 2 de la mañana del primer día del mes deberán de aplicarse a todas las causas de este calendario.
When you hear your name, please step up to the podium that's in the center of the courtroom in here.
Cuando oigan su nombre, por favor pasen y párense detrás del podium que está aquí enfrente a la mitad de la sala.
At the end of your hearing today, you are going to be receiving some paperwork, and that will cover everything we go over in here. That includes your next court dates and all of your release conditions.
Una vez que termine su audiencia, se les va a dar una documentación que contiene toda la información que vamos a hablar el día de hoy. Va a contener la fecha, hora y lugar donde se va a llevar a cabo su próxima audiencia, así como sus medidas cautelares.
Please keep in mind you do have the right to remain silent. Everything you say in the courtroom is being recorded, both audio and video, and could be used in a future court proceeding.
Ahora, recuerden que tienen el derecho a guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que digan el día de hoy en esta sala está siendo grabado en audio y video y puede y será utilizado posteriormente en su contra.
All right, we're going to begin today with Islander Landeros. Sir, if you could step in the courtroom.
Islander Landeros, si puede pasar, por favor.
All right, sir, go ahead and state your full name and date of birth.
Señor, ¿nos puede dar su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
3 de marzo del 2003.
March 3rd, 2003.
And your full name?
¿Y su nombre completo?
Islander Landeros.
Islander Landeros.
All right, and Mr. Wilson, I'll go ahead and let you do your appearance as well.
Roberto Wilson, Court Interpreter.
All right, thank you. Sir, you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court for one count of transporting narcotic drugs for sale, which is a Class 2 felony.
Señor, el día de hoy está usted aquí presente por un caso nuevo que emana del Tribunal Superior del Condado de Maricopa con acusación de tenencia de narcóticos, transporte de narcóticos para venta, que es un delito clase 2.
In this matter, the Legal Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this case, and you currently have 2 court dates set in this matter.
Se le ha asignado un abogado a la Defensoría Pública para asistirlo en este caso y tiene usted 2 audiencias próximamente.
Has a status conference February 11 and a preliminary hearing February 13, both at 8:30 a.m.
Tiene una consulta de actualización el día 11 de febrero y una audiencia preliminar el día 13 de febrero, ambas audiencias a las 8:30 de la mañana.
In this matter, based on the nature of the charge that you're here for, as well as the amount of drugs recovered in this matter, you do have a bond, which is a $30,000 cash-only appearance bond.
Debido a las características de las acusaciones en su contra y la cantidad de droga que fue obtenida, usted tiene una fianza de $30,000 en efectivo solamente.
You're also ordered not to have contact with any complainant, witness, or co-defendant, who does include Mr. Cortez here in the courtroom today.
Y también no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con ninguna víctima, coacusado o testigo. Eso incluye al señor Cortés, que está presente aquí en la sala el día de hoy.
Do you have any questions regarding this information?
¿Tendrá alguna pregunta sobre la información que le acabo de dar?
No.
No.
All right, sir, if you want to go and step over to your left and go ahead and have a seat. Looks like your paperwork's ready for you there.
Damn it,
Si gusta pasar a la izquierda, por favor, su documentación ya está lista.
He's going away for a long, long time.
All right, Mr. Wilson, if you could just check to see if there's anyone else here. That's the only one that I had marked.
No problem, Your Honor. ¿Habrá alguna persona que requiera los servicios de intérprete en español?
I always wondered who this interpreter was.
Any
There it
hands?
is. We got
No.
a face.
All right, that was everybody. Thanks so much for your assistance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello. How is everybody doing today?
All right, let's go to Taya Hugger, Jalen Johnson. I'll be up after that.
Tyon Hugger. What's up with the names today? Cheating Gators, man. They really got creative with the names today. If I don't say myself.
All right, ma'am, your full name and date of birth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hey, Joelle Hugger, August 3rd, 2000.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charges are 1 count of aggravated assault involving serious physical injury, which is a Class 3 felony, 2 counts of endangerment, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of discharging a firearm within city limits. That's a Class 6 felony as well. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter. Your court dates at this time are a status conference February 11 with a preliminary hearing February 13, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. I did receive a written recommendation in this matter from the state requesting a $250,000 cash-only appearance bond. I have weighed the otherwise lack of any criminal history on your part against the very serious nature of the charge that you're here for, which does involve the unlawful discharging of a firearm, which did cause serious injury and also could have injured a very small child. So for that reason, I do believe a significant bond is appropriate. I didn't do a cash bond, but you do have a $250,000 secured appearance bond. If you post bond and are released in this matter, you are also going to be ordered not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to possess any weapons. So you'll get that information here in a moment, but do you have any questions regarding it?
You said it's not cash, so what is the bond thing then?
That means you're able to work with a bail bonding company if you want to look into that. There's phones in the back if you want to call one of them to see what you'd be able to work out with that. Otherwise, you can ask the officers how that works as well. They'll be able to give you some assistance. Okay? All right, if you want to go and step over to your left. Oh, it looks like your paperwork's ready there. Thank you. All right, so we have Jalen Johnson and then Irvin Cortez Espinoza up after that.
Up next on The Price is Wrong. Guess.
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Jalen Johnson, July 18, 2005.
All right, thank you. You are here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charges are 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of assault and 1 count of disorderly conduct, both Class 1 misdemeanors, and 1 count of carrying a weapon under the age of 21, a Class 3 misdemeanor. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this case. You do currently have a status conference set February 11, preliminary hearing February 13, both at 8:30. Those are at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, based on the nature of the offense that you're here for, which does involve the alleged brandishing of a firearm, you do have a bond. That's a $50,000 secured appearance bond. Now, if you post that bond and are released from custody, you're also going to be ordered not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter. You're not to possess any weapons while on release. If there is either an order protection or order against harassment issued, you must obey those terms. This information will be included in your paperwork, but do you have any questions regarding anything that I've gone through?
I had a question. So, like, how would I be able to see my daughter?
Your who?
At this time, until further court order, you can't have contact with them.
All right.
Okay?
All right, that's cool.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, so we've got Irvin Cortez Espinoza. Sarah Payne's going to be up next.
Hey, if you're not tapping, you must be napping. If you're napping, it was because you were clapping. What is it? You guys tell me.
Sir, full name and date of birth.
Irvin Cortez, May 25th, 2002. Irvin Cortez Espinoza.
All right, so you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. In your matter, the charges are 1 count of transporting narcotic drugs for sale, Class 2 felony, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, also a Class 2 felony. So the public defender has been appointed to represent you. You currently have a status conference set February 11 and a preliminary hearing February 13, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, you're going to have the same release conditions that I just gave the co-defendant in this case. That's a $30,000 cash-only appearance bond. You do have the same terms as well, that you are not to have any contact with any complainant, witness, or co-defendant, who does include the individual who is already in here, Mr. Lendros. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, if you want to go ahead and, if your paperwork's ready, you can grab that. Otherwise, go ahead and step to your left. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Damn, he ain't going nowhere. Chin Gators.
All right, we have Sarah Payne. Thank you,
About to
sir.
smoke his boots.
After
Is
that,
he
Herminder Hayer
letting
will be up next.
Go. I don't know. No sé. And this is Maricopa County, Arizona.
Ma'am, your full name and date of birth.
Sarah Leopold, 92593.
All right, so you are here for 3 separate cases today. I'll go ahead and start with the new matter you just came in on. This is for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging 1 count of burglary in the 2nd degree. That's a Class 3 felony. So the public defender has been appointed in that matter. You do have a status conference set February 11 with a preliminary hearing February 13, both at 8:30 at the Superior Court. And in this matter, you do have a bond given your history, as well as the fact you're here in 2 other matters, including a probation violation matter. So in this case, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. You're also ordered not to return to the scene of the offense, not have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you do need to contact probation within 72 hours if you are released from custody.
Okay.
Your next case that you have here, this is for a warrant that was issued for a direct complaint that's been filed. So this is going to be another open felony matter. So in that case, the charges are 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. That has an offense date of September 23rd of 2024. So in that case, the public defender has been appointed. You have the same court date, status conference February 11, preliminary hearing February 13. The bond there has been affirmed. That's a $1,500 cash-only appearance bond. So these are different bond types, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so the next and final matter we have here is your probation case. So in that matter, there was a petition to revoke filed that alleges a violation of terms 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7. So the public defender is appointed there as well. Revocation arraignment hearing set February 12th at 8:30. And in that matter, the bond there has been affirmed. That's a $250 secured appearance bond.
All right.
Do you have any questions regarding any of these 3 cases?
No.
All right, if you want to go and step over, you go ahead and have a seat at this time. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hayer and David Cobb will be up after that.
Mr. Hayer. All right.
All right, sir. Full name and date of birth.
Commander J. Air, 11/28/1985.
All right. Did you say it was November, not December?
November.
All right. Trying to get a better view of Mr. Hayer over here. Hopefully you guys
All right, so you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 12 counts of organized retail theft.
Ooh.
Those are all Class 4 felonies. The dates of offense are on both December 6th and December 12th of 2024. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. The status conference is set February 11th, preliminary hearing February 13th, both at 8:30. Those are at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Given the already history that you have, including some prior organized retail theft convictions, as well as the fact you already have 2 open cases, one of which you're out on bond for, you're going to have a bond in this case as well. That's a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you post bond and are released from custody, you're also going to be ordered not to return to the scene of the offense or have any contact with any complainant or witness, and you are still not to possess any weapons since you have multiple prior felony convictions. Do you have any questions regarding this?
No.
All right, if you want to go and step over, you can go and pick up that paperwork over to your left there. All right, David Cobb and Jesus Rabola will be up next.
Remember, kids, don't shoplift, especially
All right, sir, your full name and date of
organized
birth?
shoplifting.
March 13th, 1962, Davis Wayne Cobb.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a probation violation warrant that was issued. So in this matter, there was a petition to revoke filed in your probation case that alleges a violation of terms 1, 5, and 15. Though the public defender has been appointed for you, you do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on February 12th at 8:30, and the bond in that warrant's been affirmed, so that's a $1,000 secured appearance bond, okay? If you do post bond and are released from custody, you're still on supervised probation, so you do still need to abide by those terms, including contacting probation within 72 hours. All right, any questions for me?
No.
All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up
All
that
right,
paperwork
next
over
up
there.
on the Price
All right,
is
so
Wrong.
we have Mr. Rabola and Michael Villa.
What do you guys think?
Martin C, and I apologize, I probably mispronounced your last name there. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Jesus Royar, 07-25-1997.
All right, so you're here for 4 separate cases today. It looks like 3 of these are probation matters. Yep, 3 of these are probation violation warrants that were issued. The 4th one is a new case that just came in. So I'll start with your probation cases. In each of those cases, there was a petition to revoke filed that alleges a violation of terms 3, 4, 5, and 15 of your probation terms. So the public defender has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on February 12th at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in each of those warrants has been affirmed. 2 of those has a $500 secured appearance bond. The 3rd one is a $250 secured appearance bond. So $1,250 is the total for the probation cases, okay? If you do post bond and are released from custody in these matters, you are still on supervised probation, so you are still responsible for complying with those terms. It does include contacting probation within 72 hours. All right, so you are also here on a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. The charges submitted there are 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, both class 4 felonies, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. Those are the counts I was able to find probable cause on here today. There are 2 additional counts that were submitted that I was not able to find probable cause on, and that's 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, and another count of possession of narcotic drugs that they just classified as class 2 felonies. So even though I didn't find probable cause on those charges at this time, doesn't necessarily mean they're going away. It just means I wasn't provided with enough information here today. So the public defender's office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on February 11 with the preliminary hearing February 13, both at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In light of the fact you already have these other holds here in place for your probation matters, you do have a bond in this case. That's a $500 secured appearance bond. All right, you'll get all that information here in a moment, but do you have any questions regarding it?
Yeah, if all the bonds are paid, like if my so I can get out, if everything's paid, do I still have to will they release me or something? Will they hold me because I have to do the 3 months because of the probation violation?
You ain't going
So
nowhere.
you are bondable in your probation cases.
Okay.
Okay.
Ain't nobody gonna bond you
so
out.
if you do post bonds, you would be eligible for release. That's assuming you have no other holds out of another court that I'm not aware of.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And they'll be able to let you know if you have any other holds showing up on your card. Okay. All right, Mr. Vila
Alejandra,
and
you got
Starla
that.
Tavalli will be up next. All right. So your full name and date of birth.
My name is Michael Vela Montarfi, date of birth is 03-23-93.
All right. Thank you. So you've got 2 separate cases here today. Looks like the first one is a bench warrant that was issued for a failure to appear in CR 2024-160729. In that matter, you now have a status conference set February 11 with the preliminary hearing February 13, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix.
Okay, the reason I didn't make it to the court on those days, I was in the emergency room dealing with the problem with my heart. You know what I mean? I have a heart problem, so I was dealing with my heart. And that's the reason I didn't make it. I made it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The secretary was supposed to email my attorney, letting them know that I made it. And
I'll stop you there. And you might be telling me exactly the truth, but I have no way of verifying that because your attorney did not file a motion to quash the warrant to inform the court that that's what happened. And you have not been in compliance with probation this entire time.
Oh, the probation, yeah. The probation, I called.
As of right now, you're already going to have a probation hold anyway. Okay, you're going to have a bond in your probation matter. So either way, you're going to get a bond in this case.
Okay.
So given that it's already a minimal bond, I'm not going to change it at this point, but you can certainly speak with your attorney.
How much is my bond?
Give them a message. Your bond in this matter is a $250 secured appearance bond, but your probation case has a separate bond. That's going to be for that petition to revoke that was filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5. So in that case, public defenders appointed as well. Revocation arraignment hearing February 12th at 8:30. And in that matter, there's a $750 secured appearance bond. It's a total of $1,000 for both matters.
So 1,000 for both of them?
Correct.
So I gotta pay $1,000 to get out, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And so if you're unable to post that, then you would remain in custody, be transported to your court dates here. If you
Okay.
are able to, then yeah, you would be eligible for release.
Alright.
All right, so we've got Starla, Tavali, and Antonio Andrade will be up next.
So,
All right, ma'am, your full name and date of birth.
Starla K. Tavelli Smith, 10/14/1980.
All right, thank you. So you are here, looks like for a failure to comply, failure to pay warrant that was issued. This is out of the Santan Justice Court. Looks like this is now the 9th warrant that's been issued in this case. It does show multiple failures to appear too before they issued the warrant.
I was in custody.
oh,
And I got taken in custody November 19th. I served 3 months in Australia since I was supposed to go to court that next day. I got arrested on the same day trying to go to court.
I hate when that happens.
All right,
For
I should
Australia.
have been in custody since November 18.
Yes.
Your failure to appear was before then.
It was?
Yes.
forgot
I don't know
about
if
that.
CBI keeps track of all my dates to go to court, and I don't know why I
I'll
didn't
let you
show
know
up
what date
that
it is,
time.
because I've got you, I already looked at your docket here. Your
Okay.
failure to appear was on 10/22 of 2024. But the real issue is you've had repeated opportunities to get this taken care of. You've already come through on 9 separate warrants for
Right,
the same issue in
I was
this
supposed
case.
to go to Alba House today. I was being released from Maricopa to go to a treatment program today at 9 a.m., but I had to come to court instead.
Oh,
So
is that what happened?
they're trying to get me out to get me into a treatment program.
So you have early release on your current probation terms.
Yes.
I know you weren't supposed to get out until March.
Yes, I have early release. I got early kick-out to reach out. They just signed off on my paperwork to go today, but they page-two'd me to come here.
All right.
I hate when that happens.
Since you're going to reach out, since you have that release condition,
Don't do
I'm
it,
going to
Judge.
go ahead and change your release order
Thank
to
you
allow
so
you to
much,
go out
Judge.
there.
Thank you.
You're not going to get any more chances in this case.
I know.
You have a ridiculous number of warrants issued.
I agree with you.
Get it taken care of.
Okay, I will.
All right.
She's gonna go
Let me
for a
and change your
record.
release conditions. That's also going to change your court date here. It's now going to be on February 25th at 9 a.m.
And I'll have, while I'm in Alba House, come there 90 days, I'll have them bring me to court.
Yeah, so you need to contact the court if there's any issues with reach out.
I will call
Being
for
able to
sure.
get you over there.
Thank you so much,
All
Judge.
right, go ahead and have a
Next
seat
month.
because we need to reprint out your paperwork here.
She's gonna go for broke. She's gonna go for 10. Shh. Hey, shoot. We're gonna see her back again. Mark my words. She's gonna be back. Oh, she's running. That's right, Paula. Hell yeah, no doubt. What do you
Give me
guys
one
think this
second,
guy's
okay.
here for? What do you guys? He's not looking at the judge. He's looking away. He has his hands in his pocket. I don't know. Kind of suspect to me. Oh, he's folding his arms. Not a good stance while you're in court. He's on rugs. Dope. What else? What else do you guys got? Come on, emojis. Drop them emojis. What? The little pills, the little syringes, something.
All right,
The
that
little
one's been
karate
signed
for
again.
the
All
domestic
right, so if you
violence.
could state your full name and date of birth.
Antonio Andrade, 12/2/85.
All right, you are here for a probation violation warrant that was issued. It's for a failure to appear in your probation case, looks like in December. So in that matter, you now have a revocation arraignment hearing set February 12th at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in your warrant's been affirmed. That's going to be a $250 secured appearance bond. Any questions regarding that?
No. What's the court date?
It's on February 12th.
January 1st. Oh,
Today's the 5th.
yeah.
Okay? All right, so if you want to go ahead and step over to your left, you can go ahead and have a seat, but we will
Hey.
get paperwork here to you
Hey,
shortly.
if you guys ain't
All right,
tapping,
so we
you
have
guys
Ryan, Moy,
must
and then
be
Maria Foot will
napping.
be up
What's
next.
up? Hey, and if you're watching, follow. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Don't be a tacaño. Don't be a codo. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ooh, that
All right,
sounds
sir, if you
pretty
could state your
awful.
full name and date of birth. You are not Ryan Moy, so let's go ahead and skip to you. All right, Ms. Foot, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
Maria Foot, 12/23/1970.
All right, so you are here for a warrant that was issued out of the Hacienda Justice Court.
Pardon me?
You are here for a warrant that was issued out of the Hacienda Justice Court, okay? This is in their case number TR 2023-121225. It looks like it's your second failure to appear warrant issued in this matter. You have an arraignment hearing set on February 10 at 8:30. That'll be at the Hacienda Justice Court. So in this case, You do have a bond since it's your second warrant now. That's a $630 secured appearance bond. Now, if you do post bond and are released from custody, you do still need to make sure you appear at that February 10th court date, or another warrant could issue at that time. Since I did set the bond in this case, I also did appoint the public defender's office to represent you as required by Rule 6.1 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure. Do you have any questions regarding this information?
What if I can't afford the bond?
If you're unable to pay the bond, then you would remain in custody, at least at this time, and you'd be at least transported or taken for a virtual appearance for your court date on February 10th.
Okay.
Okay? Do you want to go ahead and step over? You can go ahead and pick up that paperwork that's over there. Thank you.
Looking
All right,
like
do we
a
have
rock
Mr. Moy?
star.
Ryan Moy?
Look at her. Welcome, welcome. This is Maricopa County in Arizona, and this is live.
Hi, Mr. Moy. Go ahead and state your full name and date of birth.
Ryan Scott Moy, 52187.
All right, so you are here for a warrant that's outside of Maricopa County. This is out of the Pima Consolidated Justice Court, so this is an out-of-county warrant. So in that matter, they've set an arraignment hearing for you on February 10 at 8:30. That would be at the Pima Consolidated Justice Court. In this matter, it is an out-of-county warrant that they have confirmed at this time and confirmed extradition. So the bond in their warrant's been affirmed. That's a $500 secured appearance bond. So if you are able to post that bond before your court date here and before you're transferred out to Pima County, you do still need to attend a court date out there or another warrant's going to issue. If you're unable to post it, that does mean they need to come and transport you out there to attend your court date.
Okay.
All right. Any questions about that?
Nope.
All right. Do you want to go ahead and step over? You can go ahead and pick up that paperwork there.
That was easy.
All right. So we have Paris, Franklin, and then Richard Kupfer will be up next.
All right, all right. Next up on The Price is Wrong. What do you guys think this next individual's here for? Wrong guesses only, please, preferably, and emojis, if you will. Just multitasking, listening to court, and working. That's right, that's right. And I'm short on sleep today. I think I've only gotten about 2 hours of sleep. So I'll probably be on this one, and I'll probably be on a
Mr.
bid.
Franklin? No?
On a bid for the one on Pima. And then I'm gonna go ahead and take it down, if you will. And thank you for those of you that are tapping. Highly appreciate that. It's free 99, doesn't cost you anything.
Hi, Mr. Franklin, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
Paris, I'm Marlene Franklin, 12587.
All right, so you're here for a new case out of Superior Court that charges one count of theft. That is a Class 3 felony in your matter. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You currently have a status conference set on February 20th. At 8:30 a.m. with the preliminary hearing, February 24th at 8:30. Those are going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Based on your otherwise lack of any other history, I'm going to be releasing you today, but given the amount of theft involved in this matter, I am increasing supervision. So you are being released, but it is going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. Before you go, you're going to get a packet of paperwork about pretrial services. I'll give you some instructions. It includes their contact information. You have to stay in touch with them, checked in with them, okay, while you're on release in this case.
Okay.
You're also going to be ordered not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, or co-defendant in this matter. All right.
Okay,
Any questions about that?
Yeah, I got more question about the charge than the thing, because I was told different charges when they picked me up, so I don't know where it got raised or
I couldn't tell you because I don't know what was originally represented. I'll let you know the theft charge is based on the amount of the alleged theft. That's how they base, if that's what you're talking
so
about,
that's
the
probably why.
classification.
That's what I'm trying to
But I
figure
would
out.
recommend speaking with an attorney about any questions you have regarding the specific charge or the facts behind
Oh, yeah,
it,
I will.
since you've been appointed one here.
All right, thank
Okay?
you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so we have Richard
Next on The Price is
Kupfer,
Wrong.
and Judy Ria will be up after that.
Up next, and this is live for those of you that are wondering. Go, sir. You talking too much. From Lexi.
All right, so your full name and date of birth.
Richard Anthony Kupfer, 3rd, 4779.
All right, so you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charges are one count of possession of dangerous drugs, one count of possession of narcotic drugs, both Class 4 felonies, one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, one count of failing to stay at an accident, a Class 2 misdemeanor. So in this matter, the public defender has been appointed. You do have a status conference set February 20 with the preliminary hearing February 24, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this case, I did follow the PSA recommendation with respect to release. You are being released, but it is subject to the supervision of pretrial services. So before you go, you'll be getting some additional paperwork regarding that process. That includes their contact information, because you have to stay checked in with them while on release. So you're also ordered not to have contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness involved in this matter. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, ma'am.
All right, if you want to step over, you can go ahead and have a seat. Your paperwork should be set for you. We've got Judy Ria and then Francisca Francisco Apodaca will be up next.
That about looking like the broke version of Wolverine right there.
All right, ma'am, your full name and date of birth.
Judy Ria, December 27th, 1960.
All right, so you are here for a new case out of the Hacienda Justice Court. It's for 1 count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I don't show you qualify for court-appointed counsel in this matter. If you believe that's incorrect and based on your financial situation, you should qualify. You can address that with me here. You can always bring that up at the next court date as well. That'll be in front of the judge who's handling your case. So, and you do, of course, have the right to retain an attorney to represent you. An arraignment hearing's been set February 19 at 9 a.m. That'll be at the Hacienda Justice Court. The address will be included in your paperwork. Based on your otherwise lack of any other history, I'm going to be releasing you on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear. However, given the nature of the offense, I do have you here that you are not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter, which does mean your husband in this case. So if you were previously residing together, which it's my understanding you were, that would mean you need to find an alternate residence at least until further court order in this matter, okay? If you need to go back there in person because you have personal items there that you need to gather, you can only do that in person using a civil standby. That's by contacting local law enforcement and scheduling it through them, okay? Any questions regarding that?
Well, I made a call, and per my sister, because he talked to her, he's willing to leave the house and give it to me because I work out of my home, my office.
Okay. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Given your otherwise lack of history, I'm going to go ahead and change this. It's not going to say you can't return to the scene, but I'm leaving in the language that you cannot reside with the alleged victim. Okay, so here's what that means as far as your court order goes. If he is there, if he is still residing there, you cannot go back there. You have to find another residence. If he is not residing there, if he has in fact left the residence in order to leave it with you instead at this time, you are able to go back there, okay? But if he does return, you got to go because you're the only one I have a court order on. So you're the only one that I can order anything for, okay?
Okay. So how do I check? I just check on that before I go?
I would check on that. Yeah, I would go through if it's your sister that you were going through before.
Yeah, she's actually coming down here from Seattle for the Mayo Clinic. I'm a professor and I'm in healthcare and I'm helping her through her bad diseases, and she had to come back down from last week. So it's been very stressful, and this is crazy, but so she may be in the air. Should I just wait to?
Yeah, either wait or find someone else that you can use to verify. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. If you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork over there. Thank you, ma'am.
Did she say she's a professor?
All right. So we have Mr. Apodaca. After that, we'll have Stephen Gibson.
She gotta take some anger management classes. Man, it's not even Friday yet or the weekend.
Your full name and date of birth?
Francisco Apodaca, 10/13/1990.
All right, thank you. So you are here for 3 separate cases today. So the first one I have here is a new case out of Superior Court. I was not able to find probable cause on the charges that came in here today. So that's 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia and 1 count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree. So here's what that means for you. It doesn't mean the case is going away. I was simply not provided enough information to proceed on it here today. So I do still have to appoint an attorney to represent you. I do still have to give you some court dates here. That's going to be a status conference February 20 and a preliminary hearing February 24, both at 8:30, and those would be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Since I'm not able to find probable cause in this matter, I cannot set any release conditions. So you're being released without any conditions being imposed. So I'll just give you a warning if you fail to appear at your next court date because charges are filed and the case moves forward. A warrant still could issue for your arrest at that time if you fail to appear, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I do recommend contacting the court in advance of that date so you can verify whether or not it is still on the calendar on the date that I'm giving you here, okay?
Okay.
You can also probably do that through probation because your probation matters are also on the calendar here today and it's going to have the same outcome, okay?
Okay.
So in your probation cases, I was not able to find probable cause because they were both submitted as Term 1 violations. So since I wasn't able to find probable cause on the underlying Term 1 charge, I can't find probable cause on the violations either. So in that matter, I do still have to set court dates. That's February 12th at 8:30, and the public defender has still been appointed to represent you, but because no probable cause has been found, again, you are being released without any conditions being imposed. So I do recommend staying in contact with probation, otherwise staying in compliance with probation as well. But you can also verify with them whether that hearing is going to go forward on February 12th in all likelihood. Okay. Otherwise, you can also call the Superior Court.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right. All right, if you want to go and step over, you go and pick up that paperwork over there. Thank you, sir.
Hey, and for those of you that are tapping the screen,
All right, Mr.
highly
Gibson.
appreciate it. Highly appreciate. We're about to be hitting 20,000 hearts, and we'll be in the FYP soon. Hopefully that brings us some more
Mr.
people.
Gibson, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
Stefan Gibson, 21291.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here on a warrant that was issued out of the state of Wisconsin.
Yes, ma'am.
Wisconsin was notified regarding the warrant. They did both confirm the warrant as well as extradition in your matter. So in this case, you were given that laminated sheet. Did you have an opportunity to take a look at that? Okay, so that's the waiver of extradition language, if you opt to go that direction here today.
Okay.
I'm going to go over the two choices that you have, and I'll see if you know how you want to proceed at this time, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So the first option you have here today is you can choose to waive extradition. When you do that, you are saying, I'm ready to return to the state of Wisconsin on this warrant. I'm not going to fight extradition. We'll notify Wisconsin that you are ready to be picked up at this time. Wisconsin, in turn, would have 30 days starting tomorrow to come pick you up on the warrant. Now, that 30-day time frame starts tomorrow unless you have any local open cases. If you have any local open cases, the 30-day time frame does not start until after the local case is completed. I'm not aware of any on your part. I just want to give you a heads up in case there are some that I'm just not aware of, okay? All right. So that's if you want to waive extradition. If you do choose to do that, you would be held non-bailable in the Maricopa County Jail. You would have no further hearings here in Maricopa for this matter, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you choose not to waive extradition, at least not at this time, you can always choose to at a later date. But if you choose not to waive extradition here today, what's going to happen is I'm going to set a fugitive from justice or an extradition hearing. That would be on February 24th at 1:30 p.m. That would take place at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix in front of our extradition commissioner who handles these matters. Now, in that case, I can't appoint an attorney to represent you in this case because the actual extradition proceeding is considered civil, okay? It's a civil case.
Yes.
Even though it's a criminal case in Wisconsin, just the extradition portion is civil. You do have the right to retain an attorney to represent you, though. I'll also note there are sometimes public defenders present at those hearings who can provide assistance. There's just no guarantee of that, okay? Now, in that case, you would be entitled to bond, but the bond in your warrant is a $25,060 secured appearance bond. So it's 25,060, which is a little bit unusual that they added that extra amount there, but that's a secured appearance bond, and that is the amount you would have to post to be released prior to that next court date that you have here in Maricopa County, okay? The process there, if you choose not to waive extradition, is that a governor's warrant has to be signed by the governors of both states, so of both Wisconsin and Arizona in order to extradite you back there. Now, that can be a longer process. That can take up to 90 days. That's the time frame they have to execute the governor's warrant, okay? So based on that, do you have any questions regarding either of these options here today?
Is there any way that I could lower the bill because I only have $9,000 to my name?
So this is a secured appearance bond. So if it's possible that you could work with a bail bonding company and do a percentage with security, you have that option.
They only told me that I could put a house up for that.
Yeah, if you don't have the security that they'll take, then that does become an issue. And I can't tell you what they're going to take and what they're not going to take. You'd have to speak with them about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Here today, though, it's not going to lower. You can always bring that up and make a request at your next court date if you choose not to waive extradition because you want that chance to bond out. But it's not going to lower here today. I don't know anything about your case other than exactly what was in the hit warrant. I don't have any other information on it at this time. Okay, so I'm not going to change the bond that was set by the state that issued the warrant. That's always something you can make a request at that time, but I don't know if it's going to change even if you wait until the next court date to bring it up.
Wisconsin set their bill?
Wisconsin, yeah, it's the bail that they set.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions, though?
No, ma'am.
All right. Do you know how you want to proceed then today?
Proceed with caution. A lot of caution. Extreme caution. Door number 1 or door number 2?
If I
He's trying to run. He's a runner. Hey, thank you for the follow.
decide that I want to go through with it, can they keep messing with me for this?
What do you mean by that?
If I say yes, take me to Milwaukee. I did do the crime.
Well, don't say anything about the offense itself, but
Yes.
if you say yes,
Or,
extradite me back over there, is that what you mean?
And they don't come get me, can they just pick me up off the street again?
Yeah, so if they don't come get you within the time frame, you would be released from custody, but the warrant doesn't go away. That's exactly right. So it's possible if someone runs across you again, you get pulled over or something like that again, then you could get picked up on that warrant once again, because the warrant doesn't go away even though they didn't pick you up within that amount of time. So it's still something you would need to get dealt with.
Okay. So yeah, I'll just go ahead.
You want to waive or you don't want to waive at this time? And if you're not sure, I would just enter in a non-waiver because it has to be a knowing and voluntary waiver on your part. So I want to make sure you're sure, with your decision.
If I'm not sure, what happens?
I would set your fugitive of justice hearing. I would just do a non-waiver at this time. I would set your hearing for you. You would go in at your next hearing date. You'll be given the same opportunity again. So at that time you do opt to enter into a non-waiver, you can do that, or enter into a waiver, you have that option. Okay, because you'll get the same choice I just gave you. You'll get that at your next court date as well.
Okay. I think I'll just waive it.
You want to waive today?
Yeah,
okay.
I just want this behind me and
just get it taken care of?
Yes.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I need to go through some questions here. And what I need to do is I need to just make sure that you understand the rights that you are waiving when you sign the waiver of extradition and make sure that it is a knowing and voluntary waiver on your part. So I just need to have you answer out loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork, which was that laminated sheet?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you understand that you do not have to sign the waiver here today?
Yes.
You understand that you have the right to have an extradition hearing here in Maricopa County?
Yes.
You understand that you have the right to hire an attorney at your own expense?
The extradition hearing is just them providing that I have a case in Wisconsin, right?
So what the extradition hearing does is that sets up the process for obtaining a governor's warrant to extradite you back to Wisconsin, okay? So that's if you don't agree, because otherwise that's the process we have to go through in order to extradite someone out of state, on a warrant like this.
But isn't it very easy for them to get that if I already have a...
They just have to have the governors of both states sign off on a warrant. And how easy it is depends on the state, depends on the case. But yes, it does happen. They do sign off on those.
A lot?
I couldn't tell you how often. I couldn't even give you a percentage of them, since I don't handle these cases beyond what's here today.
My friend, you're going back to Milwaukee or Wisconsin, whether you like it or not, from the comments I'm reading.
Is there any way I could win if I go through with that?
I couldn't tell you.
What would be the best outcome if I did take it that route? Speaking like generally.
Well, even if they determine that they're not going to extradite you, so even if Wisconsin says later down the road, hey, we're not going to extradite him after all, or you don't get the governor's warrant signed within that 90-day time frame.
The warrant is still there.
The warrant is still there.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
All right. So you still want to go ahead and do the extradition? Okay. All right. So I think I ended at, do you understand that you have the right to hire an attorney at your own expense?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before your return to Wisconsin?
Yes.
And you understand that you have the right to bail if you opt not to waive extradition. That would be that $25,000 bond. Otherwise, if you waive extradition here today, you would be non-bailable till Wisconsin comes to pick you up within their time frame.
Okay, and if they don't pick me up, I can go.
They're not going to hold you beyond that time frame. They can only hold you for that 30 days.
Oh, they're going to hold you.
Okay.
30 days starts when I leave here?
It starts tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'll start on the 6th.
Not the 5th?
Not the 5th.
I was in
Today's the
custody
5th.
on
Yeah,
the 4th.
it always starts the next day. That's day 1.
But I've been in custody since the 4th.
I don't care about that. Homeboy.
It doesn't matter. So that, unfortunately, it's the timing of it, right? You got arrested on the 4th. You're seen within 24 hours on the warrant, but the actual waiver would be entered today, which means the time frame doesn't start till tomorrow for that 30 days, unfortunately.
Okay.
All right. You still want to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, so hold on. There's more.
I think I still need to ask you about the governor's warrant just to make, I think I just needed to ask you about the bail. You do understand that you have the right to bail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Do you want to give up those rights that I've gone through in order to sign the waiver paperwork here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything in order to get you to sign the paperwork?
No, ma'am.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
No, ma'am.
All right. Based on those responses, then, I do find that you are knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily signing the waiver. I'll be signing it as well, and I am directing the Sheriff's Office to notify Wisconsin that you are ready to return at this time. Wisconsin will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there are any local charges pending. If there are local charges pending, the 30-day time frame would start at the conclusion of that local case. Before I have you come up, any other questions?
The 30th day, I'm free, or do I wait, is it the 6th of March?
They're not gonna let you go.
If they don't come, or how
February
does that
has
work?
28 days. My guy.
So they have until day 30 to
Okay.
pick you up. Okay,
And then
and
day
then as soon as
31.
the expiration of day 30, then, yeah, they'd have to
Okay.
release you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, if you want to go and step up here, we're going to go ahead and have you sign a couple times here.
Man, those are the
And
questions.
Tony will let you know when.
Those are the questions he should be asking his
All
Senate.
right, Mr. Gibson, I'm going to put some other stuff on record, so just ignore what I'm saying, okay?
All that
All
asking
right, so we
the.
do have some house calls here that I'll go ahead and put on record at this time. So I'll start with Sergio Galvan Rubio, date of birth 7/22/96, who I show is currently a house call due to exhibiting bizarre behavior. He is here for a bench warrant that was issued for failure to appear in CR 2024-159632. In that matter, a arraignment hearing is set February 12th at 8:30, and that has a $10,000 secured appearance bond, and the warrant has been affirmed. Otherwise, the remaining release conditions do remain the same. Lucky Rose, date of birth 5/16/86. Looks like she is a house call due to also bizarre behavior being exhibited.
They didn't say what he was wanted for in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
But Wisconsin is gonna come get him, guaranteed.
Is it not illegal that I can get or keep getting arrested for the same warrant?
As long as you have a valid warrant out of that state, you can. So it's an issue you'd have to take up with Wisconsin,
Yeah.
since it's their warrant, yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Otherwise, you'd have to, you know, if you want to challenge the warrant itself, you do need to challenge it in Wisconsin if you don't think it's a valid one. Okay.
It's 30 degrees in Wisconsin. Good luck to my guy right there. He's gonna be cold.
All right, so Ms. Rose is here for a new case out of Superior Court. It's alleging 1 count of criminal damage, Class 4 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest, Class 6 felony. Public defender has been appointed. Status conference set February 11th. Preliminary hearing February 13th, both at 8:30. I did review the victim impact statement that's been submitted in this matter. I also note that Ms. Rose does have a DOC hold in place, so she is remaining in custody either way, since she was arrested on a parole warrant as well. So in this matter, she has a $100 cash-only appearance bond. Next matter is Ramon Gonzalez, date of birth 1/3/88.
Hey, that guy's lucky that my wife's not the judge, because if my wife would have been the judge, she would have cut him off.
1/3/88, who is a house call today due to being NASWA. So he's a suicide risk. So he is here for 2 separate cases here today. These are both probation violation warrants that were issued for petitions to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5, and the public defender has been appointed. Revocation arraignment hearing set February 12th at 8:30. The bond in each warrant's been affirmed. Each is a $250 secured appearance bond for $500 total. Next, we have Daniel Encina Gonzalez, date of birth 12/22/88, who is a house call today due to being combative. He is here for a new case out of Superior Court that's alleging 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest, passive resistance, a Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of disobeying a court order, also a Class 1 misdemeanor. Public defender has been appointed. A status conference is set February 20 with a preliminary hearing February 24, both at 8:30. In this matter, he is being released, but it is going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring added to its release conditions, with orders not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter. All right, so that is all of our house calls. As soon as we're clear, we'll go ahead and complete our calendar here.
Hey, Naga Tumbadas, you didn't know? My lady, she goes by Judge Dredd. She does it all. She'll be the cop, the executioner, and the judge, all in one. She would have not even been the judge in that case. She would have found him guilty, sentenced him to life, just for showing up in her court. Get it over with like that. Dang, talk so fast. Grill, slow down, down. Next! Oh, this guy's gonna be something bad. He's gonna be a bad man, watch. I don't know what he's here for, but normally when they do it like this.
All right, we are ready for our last matter here. Looks like we do have 2 attorneys on the line as well. So we'll
Sign
go ahead
off.
and call it Mr. Dunham. If you could go ahead and state your full name and date of birth, sir.
Theodore Dunham, 12/3/91.
All right, thank you. And if we could go ahead and do appearances, we'll begin with the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Haley Farley on behalf of the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Good morning. Emma Whitman for Theodore Dunham.
All right, thank you, both of you. All right, so, sir, you are here for a grand jury warrant that was issued. This is for an indictment filed alleging 10 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor, which is a Class 2 felony. So in this matter, the dates of offense, I'm going to pull up your warrant, make sure it's not multiple dates. Dates of offense are on or about June 21 of 2023. So in this case, I did receive the limited notice of appearance from your attorney in this matter, Ms. Whitman. Ms. Whitman, it's my understanding you are only representing Mr. Dunham for this hearing only, at least at this time.
At this time, that is correct.
Okay. And Mr. Dunham, since you did not participate, it indicates here that you declined to participate in the PSA interview. I'm not able to make a determination as to whether or not you otherwise qualify for court-appointed counsel. So at this time, I just can't appoint anybody. You're not going to have an appointment, and I can't put Ms. Whitman down as your attorney of record. So that does mean that if you continue to retain the services of Ms. Whitman's firm, you can just file a further notice of appearance, and they would continue to represent you. If you believe you should qualify for court-appointed counsel, we do need the answers that would have otherwise come in that PSA interview before that determination can be made, okay? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so in this matter, I'll go ahead and let both counsel know the arraignment hearing is set February 12th at 8:30. I'm assuming you are here to address release conditions. I did note that the bond in the grand jury warrant is a $50,000 cash-only appearance bond. I don't know who wants to start first. Ms. Fairley, if you can go ahead and address that if that's what we're here for.
Certainly, Your Honor. In this case, the grand jury issued the bond, the cash bond of $50,000 cash. The reason why the state was making that recommendation is due to the nature of these offenses. They're Class 2 dangerous crimes against children. After trial, this defendant's facing a presumptive of 170 years in the Department of Corrections, and this amount will secure his appearance for trial given the serious nature of these charges. Your Honor, in this case, I believe that Mr. Dunham, that is a reasonable bond given the amount of time that he is facing after trial and given the offenses that have occurred here. So I'm asking the court to affirm the grand jury warrant. Amount bond of cash only $50,000.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Ms. Whitman.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Dunham is not a flight risk and has significant ties to the community. He was raised here locally. He has his immediate family, extended family, and long-term girlfriend here. He does have full-time employment. Additionally, as you pointed out, this incident was alleged to have occurred back in June of 2023. He immediately retained my firm. He has been in contact with us ever since. He has no other prior felony criminal history on his record, nor since that date of incident has he had any negative interactions with police, no additional offenses. There's no indication that he is posing a current danger to the community or that a cash-only bond is necessary in this case. So I would ask that the court impose a $30,000 secured bond with pretrial services monitoring.
Oh, yeah, and he's a good driver.
All right, thank you to both of you. Mr. Dunham, I am aware of your limited criminal history. I do appreciate the positions of both attorneys that have been presented here today. And as both counsel are probably already aware, this court has very limited information when it comes to grand jury warrants. I literally only have exactly what I read off to you, which is the charges, which do represent several counts of dangerous crimes against children, which the state is correct. If convicted on, you would be receiving a significant time frame in the Department of Corrections as a result of those convictions. So as a result, I'm not going to touch the bond that was set in this warrant by the people that actually knew the case. I'm not going to impose my judgment over that. That's already been set here. So you do have a $50,000 cash-only appearance bond at this time. Now, if that bond is posted and you are released from custody, it would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring as required by Arizona law. You do have orders here not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, if there is one in your case. You are also not to have contact with any minors. Do you currently have any minors residing in your residence at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What are their ages? Who do you have living with you? I'm assuming these are your children?
Yes, ma'am. I have two daughters. They are 8 and 10.
8 and 10. All right. Ms. Fairley, I'll let you know. I don't know anything about the facts of this case. Given the nature of the offense, what I would be doing is otherwise ordering that no contact, even involving the two children. But since you might have a little more information, if you have anything you want to add to that, I'm happy to hear it.
Certainly, Your Honor. I don't believe his children are subject to these charges. I would be requesting that the court order that he had not have contact with them, given the nature of the charges and knowing that these are dangerous crimes against children, which would include children in that age range. At this time, I don't believe they are subject to these charges. They are not victims of these charges.
All right. So do you recognize that obviously the two children you have at home are not victims in this matter or otherwise involved in the charges in this case, but given the vulnerable age range that they're at, and given the nature of the charge that you're here for, I am going to err on the side of caution, and I am going to keep that order in place without any exceptions at this time. If this is an issue that needs to be changed in the future, certainly if the court can take a second look at that in order to make a determination if that's appropriate in your specific case, certainly once they know more information regarding the specific charges as well. But as for right now, I'll go ahead and keep that in place. You're also going to be ordered not to access the internet through any electronic means, but I did do the exception of employment and school purposes only for that. So if you do need to access it for either of those purposes, you would still be permitted to do so, but that's what it's limited to. So given that we've gone over that information, anything further that either counsel want to address with respect to this matter, Ms. Farrelly?
None from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Whitman?
Nothing additional. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dunham, we are going to go ahead and give you some paperwork that will have all of this information reflected in it. We'll make sure your attorney gets a copy of that as well, so she has your release conditions as well as those court dates that have been set in this case. All right, thank you both, counsel. We'll go ahead and go to recess now at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going to be swapping over to Pima County right now. Let me swap on over here. They just ended it right now, and let's go over to Pima. All right, so Pima, it should be just starting right now, so just bear with me. Hopefully, there it is. Bam. Let's go. Just in time for Pima County. Let me adjust the screen here. Hey, thank you guys. I see we got 30,000 hearts. Highly appreciate that. Let's get it. Let's make it 50. Let's make it 50. And if you haven't followed, hit that follow button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you a thing. And if you're not following, it's like you're stealing content. How do you feel about that? And it's free, so it don't make any sense. Why wouldn't you follow? It's free 99. I'm not asking you for any money, any donations, but I do want your follow. That's more important than all of that. If that makes any sense. Also, sharing is caring. If you guys go ahead and share this with your loved ones, with the ones you don't love, even people you don't like, just share it. Just do it like Nike. All right, I'm adjusting my screen over here. And if you don't like how it looks on YouTube, I would suggest. If you don't like how it looks on TT, jump on over to YouTube. It looks a lot better over there. A lot clearer too. So you come on over. Come on down. I am running simultaneous streams, if you will. If you're wondering where the YT account is at right there, just go to YT, type that in right there, and bam, you'll be on the stream. Let me go ahead and fix the screen over here because you won't be able to see anything. So if they come in, I'll go ahead and adjust this stuff around. Let me see. Let me put this over here like so, and booyah, there we go. And you might be wondering, where the hell am I? What am I doing here? I don't know. I ask myself that all the time. But this is, you have a collect call from, where we deal with anything that has to do with, what up, Nalgas? That's right. With anything that has to do with incarceration, whether it's interviews from individuals that are incarcerated, video visits, prison releases, parole board hearings, court hearings. We do it all when it comes to incarceration. And if you want to check out some previous interviews that we've done in the past, check us out on YT at CollectCallFrom. When we do it all, like I said. Also, hit that follow button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you a thing. Don't be a Krabby Patty. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Don't be that one.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is the Pima County Jail. How are you?
Damn. Came in
strong. Are we about ready?
Oh, we are ready, ma'am. I'm going to start with Mr. Enriquez, and I do believe the court has been advised that we have a couple that are at hospitals.
Yes.
Sounds good. Let me get Mr. Enriquez first.
Thank you.
Forgive me, Your Honor. Which ones are in? Which ones are no-go today?
No good.
Sis, number 20, and Gonzalez, number 3. Those are the two that
Thank
are
you.
out.
20 and 3. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, welcome over, Pedro. Highly appreciate that, Pedro 2.0.
Yes.
Yeah, and then
Okay. I just didn't know with the interims.
Why is he yelling? He's all prendido on the coffee. Shh. I think he might have taken it another way, not the way you drink it. I think he might have done a bump or two of coffee. I saw a video where the dude said, "I'm a hoe." Up next on The Price is Wrong. What do you guys think this gentleman
Good morning.
is here for?
Tell me your name. Hi. Can you tell me your name? Okay, you're muted.
It's muted, Your Honor.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, it looks like you're unmuted now. Tell me your name.
Scott Enriquez.
Mr. Enriquez, you were here today for an initial appearance on charges out of South Tucson City Court for theft and criminal trespass. The amount on the warrant is $1,000 cash. You do have the right to remain silent on this case. Anything you say can and will be used against you. It looks like you also have other matters that you're being held on. Do you have some other things going on right now?
That you got that. That's all you right there.
Court on January 21st.
Okay.
They I don't know, according to what I understand, I'm just waiting on bed space and rehab.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do on this case, Mr. Enriquez, is I'm going to honor the South Tucson warrant. So for this one, you're going to be held on $1,000 cash bond. I'm going to appoint Michael Vaughn to represent you. And your next court date is going to be February 6th. That's going to be tomorrow at 10 a.m. And that will be the time for you to see the city court judge at South Tucson. That is also done via video. So much like what you're doing here today, you'll appear for the South Tucson court magistrate, and you'll have an opportunity to then hopefully get this case resolved before you move out to residential treatment. All right. If for some reason you do end up getting released and head off to residential treatment, please make sure that you contact Mr. Vaughn. When you do get released from the jail, you'll get copies of your paperwork and it'll have Mr. Vaughn's phone number on it, because if for some reason you don't show up, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. So your out date is going to be February 25th at 10. So if you do head out to residential treatment, that'll be the date for you to go to South Tucson. That will also be on the paperwork that I provide you. If you do fail to show up, they're just going to issue another warrant. All right. Do you understand the consequences for failing to appear?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
All right. Hopefully you'll be seen tomorrow and that you can get this matter resolved. You're all done for today, Mr. Enriquez.
Hey, plot twist.
Thank you.
Those aren't
Your
aren't his glasses. He borrowed them.
Quick changes, Mr. Waller
Yes.
He was
and
trying
Mr. Guru.
He was trying to look smart.
Refuse it.
So he told this bunkie, hey,
Okay.
let me borrow those glasses, my boy. I'm going to court today. I need to look a bit
Did
studious.
we see Mr.
I
Wallach
need to
yesterday on other things, or did he refuse yesterday?
I need to look a bit intelligent, if you will.
Your Honor, if I may, he picked up new charges in the jail after.
Right. No, I understand that. I just want to figure out. I think we saw him yesterday. Does anyone remember?
We did.
Okay.
Did you do any
All right.
time in prison?
So
Hell nah.
we will go ahead and move Mr. Wallach to tonight.
Prison
Give me
is a
just a
scary
second.
place.
Good morning, Mr. Mosley.
Never been there. Never been there. Hey, James, I follow you here too. Hey, gracias. Highly appreciate the House of Fur and Feathers. Gracias. But I do have these JL20s, if you will. Let me see. Them glasses gonna cost him a few sopas. That's right. Oh, man. 7 months in county jail was enough for me. Oh, man. Yeah, I did. At that time, I got a story about that. I'll get into another. Oh, did he just give the glasses to somebody else? Those are the same
All right,
glasses.
give me just a second. I'm finishing up some stuff on another case, and I'll be right with you, okay?
Hey, those are the pot glasses right there. They lend them out when they go to court. Like, here, put them on. Good morning, Caitlin and Mama Bear, Casey, everybody. Welcome. Where they at? They are in Pima County, Arizona. That's too funny. Hey, and if you want some good laughs and whatnot at other people's expenses, man, keep on tapping the screen and follow. It's free 99. You get some toilet flushes. We'll get the prices wrong. We'll get the prices wrong. Let me see. Dot put 5 years in federal prison was enough for me.
You're in because you got a 60-day sanction on your probation.
Free 99. Hey,
Now
hey, JR.
you're here
Thank you for the
initial
follow.
appearances on the new
I
allegations.
appreciate that. Ah, damn.
Submitting question here.
All right. Hi, tell me your name.
Jonathan Anthony Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, you are here today on a warrant for charges involving aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, discharging a firearm in city limits, unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, and possession of a deadly weapon by a prohibited possessor. The bond amount on that warrant was $10,000, cash or secured. It looks like that was issued out of Pima County Superior Court. You do have the right to remain silent on these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you do have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had the opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. They tell me that you are on probation for another matter in 2023-0302, which is a Superior Court case number. Are you all showing any holds from probation, jail?
I don't think so. No, you're not.
Okay. So what they're telling me, sir, is that there is not a probation hold for you at this time. Make sure, we'll talk about release conditions here in a second. That's what we're going to do. And you're going to need to make sure you check in with your probation officer.
Yes, ma'am.
I've had the opportunity to review information provided by the state in this matter. It looks like they're asking for a $75,000 bond.
Your Honor, state modifies that to 25.
All right, anything else that you want to add?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we're asking the court to consider a bond of no more than $15,000.
And it does look like, according to pretrial services, that this was a refiled matter. Is that right? Yes.
Your Honor, and the pretrial services information indicates that he's maybe serving a 60-day sanction starting on January 8th on his probation matter.
Okay. So on this matter today, Mr. Rivera, after considering everything, I am going to impose a bond, cash or secured, of $10,000. If you post that bond, then you're going to be released to pretrial services. You're going to have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You can't have any alcohol or drugs, and no firearms or weapons.
Why not?
Those are all things that, because you're on probation, you won't be allowed to do anyway. Your next court date is going to be the arraignment that you missed in this case. You're not going to be allowed to have any contact with the victim or return to the incident location for the charges that I just read to you. Your arraignment is going to be February 12th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That will be done via video if you are still in custody. If you do get released, you need to make sure that you appear in Pima County Superior Court for that hearing on that date and time. How much more of the 60 days are you serving, Mr. Rivera, for your probation?
I think I got like 3 more weeks.
Okay, you have 3 more weeks left?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you likely then will still be in custody on this. Mr. Mosley can talk with you about the bond amount that I said and the effect it will have if you try to post that before you get released for your probation violation. All right, you do need to make sure that you appear. If you do fail to appear, they will issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences for failing to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're all done for today, Mr. Rivera.
Next up on The Price is Wrong, who do you guys think is going to be up next? What kind of charges could they have? Please use emojis and wrong answers only, please. Highly appreciate it. And let's just go ahead and wait it out. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you a thing. Also, if you don't like how this looks right here because you're on TikTok, jump on over to our other stream on YT. Type that in right there. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. The one. Type that in at CollectCallFrom, and you're going to get a clearer picture. And it's free there too. But wait, there's more. You're also going to get the chat from both. You're going to have the chat from TT and from YT. So you're not going to miss out on anything. If there's any funny comments, you're going to say, what the hell?
Sheldon Smith. Okay.
What the
Good morning, sir. Tell me your full name.
Sheldon Douglas Smith.
Mr. Smith, you are here today on a warrant out of Pima County Superior Court on a charge of aggravated assault on a healthcare professional. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I'm going to appoint the Legal Defender's Office to represent you here today, and you do have counsel seated with you for purposes of today's hearing. We're going to be talking about conditions of release on this case. I do see that you are in custody for other matters. It looks like you have another Pima County Superior Court case going on right now.
So I got two
I've
streams.
had the opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. I've also had the chance to review the state's recommendation. On the bond that was issued out of Pima County Superior Court for your failure to appear, there is a $5,000 bond listed on that for this offense. It looks like the state is requesting a $50,000 bond. Mr. Poston?
Nothing further.
Mr. Mosley, did you want to be heard? I am inclined to do the $5,000 bond for this case.
We would just ask that it be concurrent, Your Honor.
I'm not going to do concurrent, but I will do a $5,000 cash or secure bond on this case, sir. If you do post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. If you do get released to pretrial, you have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You can't have any drugs or alcohol, no firearms or weapons. Your next court date in this case is going to be February 12th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's going to be the time for your arraignment, the one that you missed on this case.
It was a mother's
If you are in custody, the jail will make sure that you appear via video, much like you're doing here today. If you get released on your other matters and you post the $5,000 bond in this case, then you need to appear in Pima County Superior Court on February 12th at 1:30. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences for failing to appear, Mr. Smith?
Yeah.
Okay, you're all done for today.
That was it. Yeah. Hey, so for anybody that's jumping over to YT, I got two streams running. One stream is the Utah Board of Parole. The second stream is this one. So what you have to do is go to live, click on live, and then hit the one that says Arizona. Don't hit Connect. Don't hit Utah. You're gonna end up on the wrong stream. So I do sometimes do that. I run 2 to 3 streams at the same time. Obviously, I could only be in one place at a time. So I'm currently on this one right now. So hopefully that clears up some of the confusion right there. And here we are. And I'm trying to bring it up on the screen just in case. I know some people are visual, so I was gonna try to show you guys what it is, so you guys don't get lost on the World Wide Web over there. So let me see here. Let me try to find it here. Where's my live at watch channel? Let me see right here. So live, what the wit? So look, so right here on the top, if you see, that's the first stream. The second stream is gonna be Utah. You want to hit this one, the one up here. All right, go to live. Or you see where it says live right here in the tab. Hit the live tab, and that's what you want to do. You hit.
We're going to stick with felonies, or we go to misdemeanors? Okay. Thank you.
All right. So up next on The Price is Wrong. Hey, thank you, Christy. I like your motivation right there. Kingsman, Arizona Court. No, this is Pima County. Hey, Barbie, welcome. Let me see. What do I have to do on the YT? You see the chat. On YT, the chat's on the screen. You can't miss it. If you look up on the upper left corner, it's right there. So right under the judge, you'll see the chat, or you could hit the.
Good morning. Tell me your name.
Damaris Cortez.
What's your middle name?
Jezebel.
All right, ma'am, you are here today on charges of misdemeanor, looks like disorderly conduct charges. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I've had the opportunity to review some information this morning from pretrial services that tells me a little bit about you and the circumstances of this case. And pretrial services also had a chance to talk to the victims in this case.
Victims? What?
We're going to talk about your conditions of release today.
I'm at the dentist.
You are not going to be able to return to the incident location. Do you have somewhere else that you can reside that is not with these folks?
I can stay with my friend until I sell the property.
Okay. So the address on Pepper Tree Lane, is that where this happened?
Yes, that's my house.
Okay. All right.
I own it.
Okay. So for the time being, even though you own it, you are not going to be allowed to return home. That's going to be a condition of release if I release you here today. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So I am going to release you today on your promise to appear, Ms. Cortez. Your conditions of release include not committing any further acts of domestic violence.
Ooh.
You can't have any contact with the victims in this case.
Okay.
Hell yeah. Hey, Christy, we made it to 40K. Thank you. Highly appreciate that. And everybody that's tapping,
Hang
tap,
on.
tap. All the guys are tapping away. Highly appreciate that. And I'm referring to over there on TT, on YT, then you can't be tapping. But you could hit the thumbs up. It's free 99, doesn't cost you anything. Just hit the thumbs up. DV, yeah. What?
How long have you guys lived at that house?
I bought it 3 years ago.
Okay.
Oh, man.
So, Ms. Cortez, if I do allow you to return home and have contact with the victims in this case,
Contact with the victim.
are you going to be able to make sure that you keep the peace and that there's no further acts of domestic violence?
Scout
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
It does look like with the pretrial report that your partner, Mr. Menivar, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that, did say that you were welcome to return home. I know there's also children in the house. So given the circumstances, I will allow you to return home. Just make sure that there aren't any further acts of domestic violence, okay?
No.
No, ma'am.
Go to the weekend at least.
I'm going to give you your next court date. It's going to be March 7th, 2025 at 10:30, and that's going to be at Pima County Justice Court. You don't need to write that down. What's going to happen is when you get released from the jail later today, they're going to give you copies of this paperwork. It is your conditions of release. It's going to have the date and time for your hearing as well as the location for Justice Court where you need to appear. It's important that you appear for that hearing. If you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand all your conditions of release, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
All right,
Yes,
you're
yes.
excused for today.
All right, next
you.
up on The Price is Wrong. Man,
Garza.
it's not even the weekend yet, and people are already going down with the DV activities. Come on now. Up next on The Price is Wrong.
Hi, tell me your name.
Emmanuel de la Garza.
Mr. Del Garza, you are here on a couple different matters today. The first is a warrant out of Nogales Municipal Court for theft. There is a $100 cash bond that's being requested on that case. You're also here for Tucson City Court charges, warrants for assault, criminal trespass, disorderly conduct, and drug paraphernalia. You do have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I'm showing an address for you that is general delivery at this time. Are those still your circumstances, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
General delivery, for those that don't know, means homeless or unhoused if you're in California, or you don't have anywhere to live.
So the warrant out of Nogales has been pending since 2023. Were you aware of that warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
And then your city court charges, looks like those were from October of this year when you failed to appear.
Oh, the Super Bowl is going to be mad crazy. The Super Bowl is this Sunday. Oh, Monday is going to be off the chain. You guys better be tuning in on Monday and get them Twitter fingers ready, those tapping fingers.
So, Mr. De La Garza, if I release you today, that's one of the things I have to consider is releasing you. But if I do that, you have to promise to go to these court dates. If you don't, you're going to get picked up on warrants again. You're going to end up back in jail. And the likelihood is you're not going to be released. If you need housing, right outside the jail, there is a trailer. It's the transition center. It's just adjacent or kind of even on the property for the Pima County Jail. They can assist you with housing if you go there if I release you today. So what's it going to be? If I release you, will you promise to show up at the 2 future court dates that I give you?
Scout's honor.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you going to get to Nogales?
I have family in Rio Rico, actually. I went to the DES office yesterday, and I know that I have to get that taken care of to get like my assistance, you know.
Right.
So, you know, I'm definitely gonna get down there this week.
Okay.
Or next week, you know.
Okay.
It's in the process.
All right.
Yeah,
So it needs to be in the process to be taken care of this week. So I'm going to give you 2 new court dates. I am going to release you on your promise to appear for both of these cases today. All right. Your Nogales case, your next court date is going to be February 18th at 8:30 in the morning. That's going to be on a Tuesday. So make sure you coordinate with family members or do whatever you need to do to get down there. If you fail to appear, they're going to issue another warrant for your arrest and you'll be right back here. And that's going to delay your assistance that sounds like you need. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then when you get released later today, you're going to get copies of your paperwork. The paperwork that you're going to get, you'll get 2 separate pieces of paper, one from city court and then one with the Nogales case. It's going to have the addresses for those courts and also the court date and time. So make sure you get that paperwork when you leave the jail today.
That was gonna rip it up, throw it in the trash.
On the Tucson City Court, I am also releasing you on your promise to appear. You're not to have any contact with the victim of that assault. Do not return to any of the incident locations, the criminal trespass, assault, and also whoever the victim was of the disorderly conduct. Your next court date at Tucson City Court is going to be March 12th, 2025 at 9 a.m. And that's going to be in front of Judge Maldonado. Again, when you get released later today, you're going to get all of your paperwork. It's going to have those dates and times for you. Do you understand all of the conditions of release I've imposed here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear for these cases?
Yes, I do.
Right, you're all done for today.
Thank you so much.
You too.
All right, and for those of you that are asking, I am running. I do got another stream on YT. If you're coming up on the Board of Parole hearings, you're probably hitting.
Good morning. Tell me your full name.
Jonathan Eric Dutton.
Mr. Dutton, you are here today on charges of domestic violence, criminal damage, domestic violence assault, domestic violence, disorderly conduct, and animal cruelty.
Oh.
You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I have had the opportunity today to review information provided by pretrial services on this matter. It tells me a little bit about you and the circumstances of this offense. Pretrial also had the opportunity to talk to the victim in this case, who is your girlfriend. Looks like that's Ashley Helms. She says that you are welcome to return home, but if I release you today, you have to promise not to commit any further acts of domestic violence. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Man, he crossed the line.
And if I give you a court date, will you promise to appear at that court date?
Yes, Your Honor.
He crossed the
All right,
line.
I am going to release you on your promise to appear here today.
Drop one, flush one.
Commit no further acts of domestic violence. Your next court date is going to be March 7th at 10:30 in the morning. That's going to be at Pima County Justice Court. When you get released later today, you are going to get copies of your paperwork, and that's going to have the date and time for your hearing and also where you need to appear. If you do fail to appear at that hearing, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the conditions of release that I've imposed here today?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're all done, Mr. Dutton.
Hey, he crossed the line.
Thank you.
The animals, like, why are you going to take it on the animals? Like, the animals, they'll love you unconditionally. You do that to them, drop one, flush one. Hey, this judge reminds me
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Jose Gibson.
All right, Mr. Gibson, you are here today for your initial appearance on charges of domestic violence, disorderly conduct, and domestic violence criminal damage. Margarita is here in the courtroom with us today, and I'm going to get her input on your conditions of release. That's what we're here to set. We're talking about conditions of release on these charges. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I've had the opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. It looks like Margarita had the chance to talk to them, and she did indicate that she is welcoming further contact with you and doesn't object to your release.
Damn.
Margarita, do you have things you'd like to tell me about his conditions of release, not about the facts of the case?
Hey, Candace, thank you. Highly appreciate those 10 smackaroonies. Highly appreciate that. Man, I don't even know what I'm
So, Mr. Gibson, if I release you today to go back home, you are not to commit any further acts of domestic violence. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you promise to abide by that condition of release if I release you today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you also promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. I am going to release you today on your promise to appear. Again, your conditions of release are committing no further acts of domestic violence. I will allow you to return home and also have contact with Margarita in this case. Your next hearing is March 7th, 2025 at 10:30. That's going to be at Pima County Justice Court. You do need to appear at that date and time. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand all of the conditions that I imposed here today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand the consequences if you were to fail to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're all done for today. Ma'am, thank you for being here, okay? This officer can explain to you how the whole release thing works today, all right?
Hey, Bean, what are you talking about? Would you mind filling me in? I'm out of the loop on that.
Hi, tell me your name.
Adriana Ochoa.
Miss Ochoa, you are here today on a warrant out of South Tucson City Court. And it looks like you also have some new charges, all relating to domestic violence. One is for disorderly conduct. The other is assault, disorderly conduct, and criminal damage. You do have the right to remain silent on these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I've had the opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services on this matter.
What the what? He's copying me? How dare he? Is he trying to be like funny like me? Or what is he doing? If you guys don't mind sharing. He wants to
Looks like you have a general delivery address at this time. Are those still your circumstances, ma'am?
Yeah. What does that mean?
It means that, are you unhoused right now? Do you have somewhere that you're living?
I'm at a CBI, the shelter.
Okay. All right. So if I release you today, one of the conditions is that you're not going to be allowed to return to your mother-in-law's house or have any contact with her. So if I release her today, you're going to have to go back to CBI, whatever location that you're at. Will you do that?
Yes, I will.
And if I release you, will you promise to appear at a court date that I give you in the future at South Tucson?
Yes, I will.
And if you let the folks at CBI know, they may be able to assist you with transportation if you need help with that, okay? You're nodding your head. Can you answer out loud for me?
Okay.
All right. I am going to release you on your promise to appear today. Your conditions of release are committing no acts of domestic violence, do not have any contact with your mother-in-law, she's the victim, and don't go to where she's living or working. Do you understand those conditions of release?
I do.
And then your next court date at South Tucson City Court is going to be February 25th at 10 o'clock in the morning. If you fail to appear at that date and time, they'll issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
I do.
And Ms. Ochoa, when you get released later today, you're going to get copies of your paperwork. It's going to have the conditions of release and also the date and time for your next court hearing, as well as the address for the courthouse. So make sure you grab that paperwork before you leave the jail today, all right?
Hey.
Okay.
You're all done for today, ma'am.
But does he have the CO20s?
Awesome.
Does he have the CO20s? I think not. Hey, is he doing it like this? Like, does he have like a projector too?
Good morning.
Damn it.
Good morning.
Tell me your full name.
Mark, M-A-R-K, Rawson, Rawson.
Mr. Rawson, you are here today on a few different matters. It looks like you have a warrant out of Casa Grande Justice Court.
Does he have this?
You have some Tucson City Court matters, and you also have some matters in Pima County Justice Court relating to criminal trespass and resisting arrest. You do have the right to remain silent on all these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
I think not.
Mr. Rawson, I'm noting that it looks like you are unhoused at this time. Do you have a place that you've been staying or residing?
I'm my young little brother named Matthew Rawson. He helps me out, but he's my real brother, so he helps me out, but he knows I'm homeless and he helps me out with like what I like when he visits me or when he lets me go see him, but I help him out a lot, like I'll do stuff for him, like chores or something, but I'm real good with that, but he helps me out, but not with money, but he helps me out, he helps me out whenever I need, because I'm homeless and stuff on the street, so yeah, but I gave you an address stuff, but you guys know how to get a hold of him, but thank you.
All right, so I'm going to do a few different things today with your release, Mr. Rawson. I do note that you have multiple failures to appear for your Tucson City Court cases. So it looks like you have some difficulty actually getting to court. So I'm going to talk about your Casa Grande case first. I'm going to release you on the Casa Grande case. And your next hearing in Casa Grande is going to be February 21st at 9 a.m. So by then, you probably will be out of custody, and you're going to have to make arrangements to either get to Casa Grande Justice Court for that hearing or contact them so that you can let them know what's going on. If you don't go to that hearing, they're going to issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that, Mr. Rawson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's talk about your Justice Court matter. This is the new charges that you got arrested for, the criminal trespass and resisting arrest. I'm also going to release you on those Justice Court cases or Justice Court charges as well on your promise to appear. You are not allowed to go back to the incident location. So you're not going to be allowed to return back to the place where you were trespassing on Wetmore Road. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You'll promise to stay away from there?
Yes.
Your next court date in Pima County Justice Court is going to be March 7th at 8:30 in the morning. If you fail to appear at that date and time, they can issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that?
Yes.
When you get released, they are going to provide you with paperwork, and the paperwork is going to have all the dates and times on it. Yes. For the Tucson City Court case, Mr. Rawson, I am going to impose a bond in that case in the amount of $500. That is going to be a cash or secured bond. I'm going to appoint the City Public Defender's Office to represent you. And same conditions, do not return to any of the incident locations where the criminal trespasses occurred.
Yes.
There are victims there, so you can't have contact with them. So if you are unable to post that $500 bond, then someone from the Public Defender's Office will be contacting you to let you know what to do on those cases. Your next hearing is going to be a video review hearing, and that's going to be next week. It's going to be on February 14th at 1:45 in the afternoon, and that's going to be in front of Judge Hale. You'll likely appear via video, much like you're doing here today, so that you can get these city court matters taken care of.
Yes.
Do you understand your conditions of release in your Tucson City Court case?
Yes.
Okay. And if you fail to appear, do you understand that there will be a warrant issued for your arrest again?
Yes. Will I be released like today?
Not unless you can post the $500 bond on the city court case. I released you on your other cases. So whenever you do get out, Mr. Rawson, the jail's going to have paperwork
picking
for
his
you for your
nose?
Casa Grande case
He's
and
digging for
also
treasure.
your Pima County Justice Court case. Make sure you get that paperwork so you can get the court dates for those cases.
We got a digger.
Hopefully, by the time you get out, your city court cases will be resolved and you'll have someone from the public defender's office that will be talking to you before that hearing on the 14th, okay?
Oh, he got a big one.
All right. There is also, have you ever been to the
Don't eat it.
transition center?
Don't do it. You're on camera.
No. If you do get released and you're wanting to talk with someone about housing or other services in the community, you can stop at the transition center. They're located right there on the jail property, just kind of in a trailer kind of off to the side. Someone from the jail, I'm sure, will point that out to you. They're open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. If you just stop in there when you get released, they may be able to assist you with some of those services. I just want to make sure you know that's available to you, all right?
All right.
Okay, you're all done for today, Mr. Rawson.
Next on The Price is Wrong. Mark, get out of here, Mark. You booger eater. You nose digger. You. Up next on The Price is Wrong. And always remember, don't ever accept any imitations.
Hi,
Up
tell me your
next
name.
On the Price is
There's
Wrong.
Roberts.
What's your last name? Roberts? Is that your last name?
No sé. I don't know.
Okay. All right. You are here today on charges of obstructing a public highway, criminal trespass, resisting arrest, and refusing to provide your truthful name. This is the time for your initial appearance where we're going to set conditions of release on these charges. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I have an address for you. It looks like, Mr. Roberts, that's in Chandler. Is that still where you're residing, or do you have a residence here in Tucson?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, what?
In Chandler.
What's your address in Chandler? What's the street name you live on?
No sé.
Tyson Street.
Okay.
Looking like he stuck his finger
Do you have other people that you live with at that residence?
in a light socket.
Right now I'm homeless.
Okay, so you don't live at the address in Chandler.
No.
All right.
If you're not tapping, you must be napping.
So, Mr. Roberts, if I release you on these charges today,
And let him out.
will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you at Justice Court in the future? That's going to be here in Tucson. It's going to be about a month away.
He's not living in
Will
reality.
you promise to do that?
You sure? Why not?
Okay. I am going to release you on that promise to appear that you just gave me. You're not to have any contact with the victims. Don't go back to the incident location where you got arrested. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Your next court date is going to be March 7th at 8:30 in the morning at Pima County Justice Court. When you get released later today, Mr. Roberts, they're going to give you a copy of your paperwork that's going to have the date and time, the address for the court, and also the phone number. If you fail to appear at that date and time, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yeah.
When you get released later today, there is something called the Transition Center. And it's right there kind of adjacent to the jail property. It's in a trailer. I'm sure someone would be happy to point that out to you. They offer a variety of services, including assisting people with housing and other substance abuse issues and other services in our community. You don't have to go by there, but I'm encouraging you to stop by the Transition Center when you get released later today. They may be able to assist you with the housing situation, okay?
All right.
All right. You're all done for today, Mr. Roberts.
He's gone. Hey, you know what? This judge I think she might be giving Judge Hazel a
Eddie Walker?
run for his money. She's letting everybody out, especially the DVers. Talking about promise you're not gonna do it again. Come on, of course they're gonna do it again. Next on
Good
the Price is
morning.
Wrong.
Tell me your full name.
Walker.
Is your middle name Renee?
Yes.
All right. You are here this morning on multiple counts of disorderly conduct, fighting, assault, and criminal damage. This is the time for your initial appearance where we're going to set conditions of release. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
His job secure. Yeah.
Looks like I have an address for you out in Sarita. Is that a good address for you on Matty Canyon Drive?
That is the incident address.
Okay. So do you have somewhere else that you can reside or stay?
Domestic violence?
And on to like someone from work.
She's handcuffed?
Yes, you have friends you can stay with if I release you today. So it looks like we do have, is it your mom, Miss Walker, who's on the phone today? Miss Walker, can you hear me?
No, she's not handcuffed.
You may need to hit *6 on your phone so that I can hear you.
*6.
Yeah.
Hi. So we're here to talk about conditions of release for Megan. I've had the opportunity to review the information provided by pretrial services, and what they've told me is that you do not want her to return to your residence, but you don't object to her release. Is there anything else you'd like me to know, Ms. Walker?
She can retrieve her belongings, of course, and I did reserve a place for her to stay that is close to work where she can stay tonight.
Okay. And is that information that you want to pass along to us here?
It should have automatically been sent to her email.
Okay.
But her dad also has the information.
Okay. All right. So she can have contact with her dad to be able to get that information about where she'll be able to stay.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else you wanted me to know today about conditions of release, Ms. Walker?
Judge, drop one, flush one.
No, I just want her to just get on with her life and do well at work and not have her job interrupted. I didn't want this at all.
All right. Thank you for appearing here today. All right. Megan, I am going to release you today on your promise to appear. I'm going to give you conditions of release. That means you have to abide by all the things I'm about to tell you. You cannot commit any acts of domestic violence. You cannot return to the incident location or have any contact with your mom right now. Or it looks like your roommate and then your uncle, who were also at the house at the time that all this occurred. All three of them are listed as victims currently.
Damn.
You understand all those conditions of release?
Yes.
And are you going to agree to abide by all of those?
Yes, I agree.
All right. Your next court hearing in this case is going to be February 25th at 8:30 in the morning. That's going to be at Sarita Municipal Court. When you get released later today, you will get a copy of the paperwork. It's going to have the address and also the court date that I just gave you. I am going to check a box on your conditions of release that says you can return to the incident location one time with a police escort. So that means if the address is in Sarita, you're going to need to take this piece of paper to a nearby substation so that the police can accompany you to the house. Do not go to the house without law enforcement with you. You can't take your dad over there in place of law enforcement. You've got to go with law enforcement. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so that box will be checked and law enforcement will usually want you to have that paperwork so that they know what's going on, okay? You're all done for today.
Next on The Price is Wrong. Man, that's pretty sad right there, doing that to the people that look out for you, where you live at that age. Come on now, knock it off. Get some therapy, please, por favor. And I would do.
How you doing, Your Honor? My name is Anthony Gray Escalante.
Damn, he
Mr.
came in
Escalante,
ready.
it looks like you were here today on some city court matters.
Yes, ma'am, and it's been a long day, long night. Excuse me.
Going to get a little bit longer. So you were here, it looks like, on a petition to revoke probation. That is for an adjudication. You were adjudicated guilty of DUI, placed on unsupervised probation for a period of 12 months. There were written conditions of probation that were imposed that you would have signed and been provided. And it looks like you failed to submit proof of your DUI screening and treatment and attending your MAD programs, which is a violation of your probation. So they filed a petition to revoke that probation. So that's one of the things that you were here for today. Looks like there's going to be an arraignment on that petition to revoke probation February 5th at 9 a.m. And that's going to be for the in custody arraignments for that particular case. You are also here on charges of domestic violence, disorderly conduct, and domestic violence assault. Those are misdemeanor offenses. You do have the right to remain silent on all of this. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We also have the victim who's present with us here on Teams today. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Okay.
Hello.
Can you tell me your name?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, my name is Alexis Lopez.
All right. So, Ms. Lopez, I did have a chance to review information provided by pretrial services. They've told me that in their conversation, you indicated that Mr. Escalante, you don't object to his release. You do want to have further contact with him, and he does not live with you. Is all of that true?
Yes, correct.
Why? Okay. Why? Make it make sense. Can somebody help me out here? Why?
Is there anything else you wanted me to know? For purposes of conditions of release, we're not going to be talking about the circumstances of the offense in this case.
Hey,
Yes, that he has been suffering from drug addiction for a little over 2 years. He's a really good, hardworking man, and it's just the drugs that are messing with his head.
Wait, what?
All right.
And
Thank
is
you
it
for
only
that
me?
information, ma'am.
But he looks a bit zesty to me. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Mr. Escalante, I am going to, at this time, impose a bond on all of these matters. It's going to be a $2,000 cash or secured bond that I'm imposing today for your Tucson City Court matters. I am going to appoint the City Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Spicy.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Conditions of release: don't possess or consume any alcohol or drugs. Given the statements from Ms. Lopez, I'm not going to restrict contact with the two of you at this time. So you are going to be allowed to have contact with her.
What? And she allows contact?
All right, thank you.
Give me just a second. I need to confirm some court dates with.
Man, I don't even think Judge Hazel did this. He would, I think, at least put protective orders. This judge is definitely taking the cake. I'm not sure what her name is. I got to get her name down because I have a lot of questions for her.
And Your Honor, may I say something or?
Shut your mouth. You. As a matter of fact, you
Give me
get
just a
another
second,
one of this
Mr.
one.
Escalante.
Toma.
Yes, ma'am. I am patient.
Agua, flush one, drop one, or drop one, flush one.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Escalante.
Okay, now I just want to start by apologizing to anybody involved. And just now in the holding cell, I was realizing I was barely coming back to everything that happened. It was kind of like a blackout moment for me. And the way I remember it, it was like
Mr. Escalante, I don't want you to talk about what you remember about what happened. Okay, we don't want to talk.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah, don't say it.
I just want to make sure you understand. I don't want you to talk about the offenses. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I was going to share with you my medical conditions, apologize, and hope that it plays a factor in.
Yeah.
And I suffer from PTSD. I've been
we all got
struggling
PTSD.
with depression since my NALA passed. And the only thing I remember about anything that happened in any of these cases is that I was sitting there mourning her. And I flipped out when I was sitting there mourning her, dude, and I believe I was the one that called the cops on myself. Trying to, I realize what happened, and I will be seeking the medical attention I need if released. Thank you. And
So, Mr. Escalante, I am going to keep that $2,000 cash or secured bond in place. If you can post the bond, then you'll be released. Again, you can't possess or consume any alcohol or drugs. Your next court date, if you stay in custody, is going to be February 12th at 1:30, and that's going to be a video review hearing, much like you're doing here today. That's going to be in front of Judge Million. We're going to consolidate your matters, so your petition to revoke on your DUI will also be handled at that time as well. If you do end up posting bond and you get released, you also need to appear at that date and time at Tucson City Court.
What
if
are you
you do
saying?
get released, you're going to get a copy of your paperwork that will have all the information we talked about, and it'll include your court date as well as the address for Tucson City Court. You do have someone from the City Public Defender's Office that's been appointed to represent you, so they should be contacting you. The information you shared with me here today is information you should share with them. There are a lot of resources here in Tucson that will be able to assist you with any issues relating to your PTSD and any treatment for substance abuse. So I would encourage you to talk to your attorney about that to see what services you might be able to get connected to. All right?
Hey.
Thank you much.
You're all done for today.
So I want to point something out. You know, we all got PTSD.
Ma'am, thank you for calling in. We're all done with that case.
We all have childhood trauma.
Thank you.
Not all of us do the things that guy's doing. So he's just copying out. My apologies for using my hands as a microphone.
Good morning. Tell me your name.
A bad habit I just picked up right now.
My name is Samantha Garcia.
Ms. Garcia, you are here today on charges out of Tucson City Court for criminal damage and also disorderly conduct. These are domestic violence offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I've had the opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services in this matter. At this time, it looks like we have been unable to get any kind of contact or feedback from Mr. Badia, who's the victim in this case. So what that means is if I release you here today, I'm going to order that you cannot have contact with him, which means you aren't going to be allowed to return back to the incident location or where he is. Do you have somewhere else that you can reside or are residing?
I can go to my grandma's house.
Okay. And is that, it looks like pretrial services indicated that there is an address on South Camino Copium Street, and that was with your mom.
Yeah, that's my grandma's house.
That's your grandma's house. Okay, so that's
Yes.
where you'll be able to stay if I release you.
Okay.
Thank you, Tita.
I have a question. So if I want to get my babies, the twin girls, from the father, how would that work out?
So the conditions of release I'm issuing today are that you not have any contact with him. Is Mr. Badia the father of your children?
Yes.
Okay. Is your mom or someone able to communicate with him about the kids or your grandmother?
Yeah.
Okay. So the order that I'm entering today until your next court date is that you not have any contact with him and you can't go to wherever it is that he may be living or working. So if your mom wants to communicate for purposes of the children with him, that's absolutely fine, or your grandmother, whatever family member or friend that can do that. When you go to court, you'll have the opportunity to talk with the judge about whether or not those conditions can be amended for purposes of the kids. Do you understand? Do you understand all of that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. This is also the time for your arraignment on these new charges. You are presumed innocent. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. Your next court date in this case is going to be March 7th, 2025 at 9 a.m. And that's going to be in front of Judge Million at Tucson City Court. You do need to appear at that date and time. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. They could also go forward without you being present and go forward in your absence. With the hearing date I just gave you, they could also set subsequent hearings, including a trial. If you get convicted at that trial in your absence and can't be sentenced within 90 days, you could also lose your right to a direct appeal on that matter. Do you understand all of those consequences for failing to appear?
Yes.
When you get released later today, you're going to get copies of your paperwork. It's going to have the date and time and also the conditions of release we talked about. Is there any reason that you need to return to the residence to obtain any belongings?
Yeah, for round 2.
I'll probably just need clothes. That's it.
All right. So on your conditions of release, I'm going to check the box that says you can return one time with law enforcement to get that stuff. So if you're going to go retrieve your items, you need to take the conditions of release order that you'll get today with you to a nearby police station, show them the order, and they will accompany you to the residence. Don't go back there by yourself. If you have a family member that wants to get those things for you and bring them to you, then that won't apply. But if you return to the residence, it can be one time, and you have to make sure you take the police with you. Okay?
Okay.
All right. You're all done for today, ma'am.
All right, all right.
Okay,
Hey,
thank you.
if you guys are enjoying this stream, tap, 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 because if you're not tapping, you must be
Okay,
napping.
Jeffrey.
And also remember, it to follow, it's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything. Hey, thank you. Hell yeah, I appreciate that right there, that follow right there.
Good morning. Tell me your name.
Good morning.
All right. Looks like you were here on multiple matters out of Tucson City Court.
What do you guys think
Warrants
this
for
guy did?
failing to appear for criminal trespass, 3 different counts, and also shoplifting. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you. I have an address for you, sir, on East Hendrick Drive. Is that still a good address for you?
Thank you for the
What is a good address for you?
Gracias.
It's 702-767.
Hey, thank you, God's gift. Highly appreciated. Mama of Angels.
Do you know the zip out there?
701.
Thank you for sharing. Highly appreciate it. Remember, sharing is caring.
So it looks like the warrants were just issued in December of 2024.
2024. Hey, Kathy, Sue, gracias for sharing. Highly
If I
appreciate
release
it.
you today,
Thank you
will
for
you
sharing.
promise to show up at a court date that I give you?
Yep.
And you understand that you have to show up at that court date. If you don't show up, they're going to keep issuing warrants for you. And the likelihood is the next time you won't be released, they're going to end up holding you. Do you understand?
Sí, señora.
Do you have a way to get to court when I give you your next court date?
My feet.
Right. And it sounds like you're close to downtown, so even walking should be an option for you. It sounds like it's not that far away. Your next court date, I am going to release you on your promise to appear on these cases. You need to see Judge Maldonado on March 12th at 9 a.m. at Tucson City Court. When you get released later today, you are going to get a copy of your court paperwork. It's going to have the date and time that I just provided to you. You are not to have any contact with the victims or return to the incident locations where the shopliftings and criminal trespasses occur. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And if you fail to appear, they're going to issue a warrant for you. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
All right. You're all done for today.
All right, and for those of you that don't like the way the screen looks back here, and you're on TT, if you go over to YT, you know the stream with the red icon and the white triangle. If you type this in here, you'll get a better picture.
Tell me your name.
Joseph Navarro.
1080p.
Is it Navarro Castro?
Full HD.
Navarro Castro, yes.
And middle name is Ramiro?
Yes.
Right. You are here today on a warrant for a DV assault and DV disorderly conduct case out of Tucson City Court. You do have the right to remain silent on these charges. Anything you say kind of will be used against you.
Drop one, flush
Looks like
one.
you were supposed to appear on January 28th and failed to appear, so they issued a warrant for you.
Treatment for like for detoxing getting to sober living home, and I when I was in treatment, I forgot. I thought they would call the court and to let them know I was there.
Oh,
yeah, treatments don't do that. That's something that you need to remember to take care of.
Like my daughter says.
So if I release you today,
I forgot
will
about
you
it.
promise to go to the court date that I give you?
Yes.
Are you all done with treatment?
That's the I was going to treatment because I'm trying to get back into a sober living home.
Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously you're going to be able to do all of those things, but if you find yourself in residential, you're going to get a copy when you get released today of this paperwork. When you get a copy of the paperwork, take that with you to wherever it is that you're going, because that's going to have the date and time of your next court date and where you need to be. So if you end up back in residential or at a treatment facility, let them know when it is, but you need to make arrangements if for some reason you're unable to attend your court hearings. You can't rely on someone else to do that for you. Do you understand?
I understand.
All right. And it looks like there's
What up, bro?
something going on with Superior Court. Jail, do you have any kind of other hold for him? All right. So regardless of what I do on this case then, sir, it sounds like you're going to end up being held on the Superior Court case for adult probation.
What a
I am
relief.
still going to release you on this Tucson City Court case. Whenever you get released, you're not to have any contact with the victim and don't return to the incident location for your Tucson City Court matter.
Okay. And so it's up to, because I think I'm going for later on today. It's up to probation pretty much to see if they're gonna like release me or violate, right?
So you're going to be seen in Pima County Superior Court for whatever's going on with your probation hold. So yes, your probation officer will be in touch with you to let you know what's going on. But I'm not seeing you on that today. The only thing I'm seeing you on is this warrant out of Tucson City Court. So I'm releasing you. So whatever happens with probation, you're going to get released on your city court case whenever your probation officer or the court says that it's okay for you to be released. Do you understand?
Okay.
So
Yes.
your next court date for Tucson City Court is actually going to be March 21st at 9 a.m. and that's going to be in front of Judge Verena. If for some reason you're still in custody, you need to make sure that you tell your probation officer about this next court date. Do you understand?
I understand.
Do you understand all the conditions of release that I imposed here today?
Yes.
And if you fail to appear for that court date, whatever your reason, they can issue another warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that as well?
I understand.
You're all done.
Hey, thank you, Road Trip. Highly appreciate that. I saw you just snuck in right
Up
now.
here.
Hey, and if you're not tapping, you must be napping. And for those of you that are tapping, I really appreciate it. You know, I know those fingers, they might be hurting. You guys should get invested in one of those little USB
Hi,
things
tell me
that
your
tap
name.
the screen by itself.
Richard Proctor.
All right, Mr. Proctor, you were here today on warrants out of Tucson City Court for drug paraphernalia, loitering. It looks like another count of drug paraphernalia.
Oh.
You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. Jail, are you showing other felony holds on him as well?
That's cheating. Hey.
Felony hold, Your Honor. He is serving a sentence.
Oh,
Out of
hey,
what
thank
jurisdiction?
You, God's gift.
Or O'Malley.
Okay. Mr. Proctor, how much longer do you have on that sentence?
Thank you.
20 days or 19 days, I believe.
Okay. So if I release you on these city court matters,
Yeah, these are live. These
you'll
are
be
live and
out of
direct.
custody in time to make it to your next court date.
It should be, yes.
Will you promise to show up at that court date? You've got to get this taken care of.
Yes, ma'am.
Put the
Right.
pipa down.
I'm going to release you on the city court charges. You do need to appear
I'm not sure if you can see this
on
clock.
March 21st at 9 a.m.
This is the local time
And
in
that's going to be Tucson City Court in front of Judge
Arizona.
Hale.
What up, Mags?
Right? Do not return to the incident location. Wherever you were loitering, do not go back there. Do you understand those conditions of release?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you fail to appear on that March 21st date at 9, they can issue another warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that as well?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Proctor, you're all done for today.
Mr.
All right, thank you.
Proctor, get out of here, Mr. Proctor, and put the pipa down.
Philip Rios.
It's no bueno. And welcome everybody that just tuned in. Appreciate you guys. If you guys haven't done so, please do so. Hey, Barbie, gracias. Highly appreciate that. Please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99.
Hi, tell
Don't
me your
cost you
name.
anything.
Philip Rios.
You're here on multiple matters out of Tucson City Court, all involving warrants and your failure to appear at hearings. The charges are criminal trespass, multiple counts, and also multiple counts of drug paraphernalia. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say kind of will be used against you. I'm showing an address for you in cells. Are you still residing out in cells?
Back and forth. I'm back and forth. I'm kind of living with starting to live with, was going to live with a friend and, out here in Tucson. I'm trying to get out here in town so I can start work.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
She
you
let
haven't
go?
appeared for any of your court hearings.
Oh.
Yeah. It's been a hectic year.
Okay. Well,
This
so
is your
what's going
first
to happen
month.
today is I am going to impose a
hectic
bond
year.
at this time. It is going to be a $1,000 cash or secured bond. If you're able to post that bond, then you'll be able to be released. You are
Your Honor, I have no one. I have no one. No family members. It's just me.
So if you're not able to post that bond, then you're going to stay in custody.
It's just me and my girlfriend. That's about it.
I thought
I'm
you
going
said you
to
had
appoint
nobody.
the city public defender's office to represent you on these cases. Your next hearing is going to be a video review hearing on February 14th at 1:45, and that's going to be in front of Judge Maldonado. If you end up getting released and posting that bond, then you're going to have a different hearing date. That hearing date is going to be March 12th at 9 a.m.
Rebecca.
So if you remain in custody, it will be the February 14th, and the jail will have you appear via video, much like you're doing here today. But if you post that bond and you do get released, it's the March 12th at 9 a.m. If you fail to appear for that March 12th hearing, if you're out, they're going to issue more warrants for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences for failing to appear?
What song?
I need an out loud answer, sir.
Yes.
All right. You're all done for today.
Hey, welcome everybody. Thank you guys for showing up. Hey, what's up, Cindy? Back in the house.
Morning. Tell me your name.
Morning, Your Honor. It's Charles Ray Russell.
Excuse me?
Mr. Russell, you are here today for an initial appearance on charges of resisting arrest and a domestic violence related charge of intentionally placing a person in fear of physical injury, a domestic violence assault case. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We also have the victim for this case on the line. Can you hear me? Is this Megan?
Drop one, flush one.
Okay. So Megan, I've had the opportunity to review information provided to me by pretrial services on this case. It does tell me that you do want to have further contact, but that you're not going to be staying at the same house as him and you don't object to release. Is that still all true?
I'm staying with them because I'm waiting for my Section 8 voucher to get it on Thursday. When you're done, and other times I believe there are some extenuating circumstances, the situation of this case particular, that I feel need to be heard for Charles's sake.
Okay, so what I will tell you, ma'am, is I do not want to hear anything about what happened in this case. The circumstance of the offense, anything like that is not what we're talking about here today. The only thing that I'm here to discuss today is conditions of release. So, Mr. Russell, I am inclined to release you if you promise that you're going to show up at the next court date that I give you. Will you promise to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Jail, are you showing a hold for him?
Yes, Your Honor, we just received a hold from Department of Corrections.
Okay. All right. So never mind. That's going to change things, Mr. Russell.
Is he crying?
Megan, hang on just a second, okay?
Man up. Sit up straight.
Mr. Russell, what that means is it doesn't, regardless of what I do for these city court charges, DOC has placed that hold. So until that hold is lifted, you're going to remain in the Pima County Jail. We're still going to talk about these release conditions today. I can still release you on these charges. It just means that you're going to continue to be held there for the DOC matter. Once that's resolved, then you could be released on this case. All right?
So how do I get in contact with my parole officer?
Hopefully you
helped him at all or done anything.
Megan. So basically whatever happened in this case, it's up to DOC now to decide when he's going to get released. So do you have anything else you want to tell me that relates to his conditions of release on this case only, the domestic violence matters?
Drop one, flush one.
Because this is very, because there's been a lot of lies. What was your question again?
Do you have anything else to tell me that relates just to the conditions of release for Mr. Russell? I'm going to release him on the domestic violence charges, but he's going to remain in custody until he gets his parole situation worked out.
I understand that, but I'm having trouble understanding is his parole officer has not shown up to meetings when he has shown up, and now he's being.
That's not anything
with me.
No, because that's not anything that I have the ability to talk with you about. So you can, anything that you say about his parole or any other matter, unfortunately, I am not going to be able to do anything about that. You can contact DOC or his parole officer on his behalf if you know who that is. Looks like he's nodding his head. He may want you to do that. But I do not have any jurisdiction or control over anything with DOC. So none of the information you want to provide to me about that is going to change my ability to do anything here today.
Oh my gosh.
Listen, Linda.
I've watched this man overcome so many obstacles and do everything he's supposed to do and lies because I truly believe his mom is calling him these reports, even though nothing has happened. And he's doing everything. And I don't want him institutionalized. You and I both know things happen. And when a probation officer is not doing their job and we can't get a hold of her, and he's now going to sit there when his grandma needs him at home. And I need him here. And, the justice system isn't doing anything about the man that is harassing me and blackmailing me and whatnot. But here this man is doing everything he can over lies, over both his DV charges are lies because I told him nothing happened.
Okay, Megan, I need, no, I can't. You as a victim, you have the right to speak, but only on release conditions. And I've explained that to you, and now you're going on about other things. So I'm very glad to hear that Mr. Russell has been working very hard to get things together. So again, today I am going to release him on these domestic violence charges. So he will be released, but not until his DOC matter gets resolved. Do you understand that, Mr. Russell? She should be able to hear you, yes, but I'm not going to let you talk to her. You can't direct anything to her. I'm sure she'll.
Look, what is this weirdo doing?
Yes, so I'm sure she heard you, but yes, she can contact your parole officer, try to get a hold of him. The only condition of release I'm imposing on this case, Mr. Russell, is that you commit no acts of domestic violence. Do you understand that? Okay, so your next court date is going to be a video review hearing. That video review hearing is going to be on February 12th at 1:30. If you're still in custody then, and you may very well be, that is going to be via video, much like you're doing here today in front of Judge Million. If you end up getting out before that date, you do have to appear at Tucson City Court at that date and time for this case. If you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, I do. Honest.
All right. We're all done with this case for today. Megan, thank you for your input.
Baby, they're not going to let me out until I finish parole.
No, I'm higher up. I'm going to higher up. I love you.
Okay, guys, now's not the time. Bye.
He's such a good boy.
Bye.
He's never done nothing. He shouldn't be in prison. Knock it off. Knock it off. Need to cut it out. His mom said him. Oh, come on. That's like the equivalent of my dog ate my homework. Come on. I gotta come up with something better than that. Go higher up than this ruca. That's wild. I'm gonna go to the higher. Is she gonna go to the president? She's gonna go to Sheriff Arpaio? Who's she gonna go to? Triple CA. Thank you. Appreciate that like. And what do you guys think this gentleman's in?
Yeah, great.
Lockup
Thank you.
for? Flush.
Hi. Tell me your name.
Wade 85.
Mr. DuPont, you are here today for an initial appearance. Mr. Mosley, can you show him the charge that he's here for, please?
Yes, I can. Just a minute.
What do you mean, show him? Just tell him. Just tell us. Let the cat out of the bag already. What's the big secret over here? We're all friends here. The judge allowing a lot. Hey, yeah, this judge. Hey, you know what?
He has seen it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
How come
So
they're
this
not
is the
talking
time
about
for
it?
your initial appearance on that felony charge today, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you on this matter. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services, tells me a little bit about you and your circumstances. I've also had an opportunity to review information provided by the state. They're asking for a $2,500 bond. Mr. Poston, anything to add?
$2,500.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Mosley?
Your Honor, we're asking for a release to pretrial services.
Release? Pretrial services?
Mr. DuPont, if I release you to pretrial services, you are going to have to report to the Sheriff's Department within the next 2 days of getting released to get some matters taken care of. You can talk with someone at the public defender's office about that, but if I release you, you're going to have to promise to show up at future court dates here in Tucson. Are you going to do that?
Promise.
I need an out loud answer.
Yes, yes.
All right. So I'm going to release you to pretrial services. That means you need to stay in contact with that agency. You're ordered to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. While you're under release to them, you're not to have any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms. As I've indicated, you do need to report to the Pima County Sheriff's Department within 2 working days of your release. So definitely before the end of this week, within the next 2 days, you need to go there and again, communicate with your public defender about that. Your next hearing is February 25th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you are expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. That means it's important that you stay in contact with your attorney from the public defender's office and also pretrial services in case court dates change. Do you understand the conditions of release that I've imposed here today?
Yes.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes.
You're all done for today.
Man, hey, I didn't catch his name. His last name was like Dupont or something. I didn't catch his first name. Did anybody catch his name? If you guys dropped his name so we could go and look him up, because we definitely got to get to the bottom of this. We can't just let this slide like this. All this being secretive and whatnot can't do this to us. Come on now. We're fully invested here. We're watching, and we need to know what's going on. Why don't they do like Maricopa County? Maricopa lets us know exactly what's happening. They wait to the last moment, to the last cases. He has to register as a... See,
Hi, tell me your name.
Cesar Miranda.
Mr. Miranda, you are here today for an initial appearance on a charge that I am going to ask Mr. Mosley, the attorney seated next to you, to show you.
He has seen it, Your Honor.
Oh,
Thank you,
another
Mr.
one.
Mosley. You do have the right to remain silent, sir. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. Today, I'm going to appoint the legal advocate's office to represent you. You do have someone from the public defender's office seated next to you today for purposes of this hearing, where we're going to talk about conditions of release. I've had the opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. It tells me a little bit about you and the circumstances. I've also had a chance to review information provided by the state's attorney with respect to conditions of release. Mr. Poston, you're asking for a $50,000 bond. Is there anything you want to add?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mosley.
Your Honor, he has no felony history. We're asking for a bond of no more than $5,000. We're also asking the court to consider pretrial release.
Pretrial. I didn't catch his name. I'm not sure if you guys caught his name. If you guys wouldn't mind
Looks
posting
like this
it up.
is an incident that happened back in October of 2024. Mr. Miranda does not have any prior criminal history.
Cesar Miranda. His name was Cesar Miranda. Gracias. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you, gumshoes. Because my attention span is kind of short. My attention span is that of a squirrel, if you will. So it's not
I am going to impose a bond in this matter of $10,000, cash or secured.
Pima County.
If you're able to post that bond, Mr. Miranda, then you're going to be released to pretrial services. If you do get released to pretrial services, your additional conditions of release are to participate in any monitoring or treatment they may direct. You are not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You cannot have any firearms while this case is going on. And you are not to have any contact with the victim in this case. Do not go anywhere near where she is living or working. Do you understand all of those conditions of release?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date is going to be February 18th, 2025 at 1:30. That is a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you will be expected to show up at all future court dates in this matter. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. That means it's going to be very important for you to stay in contact with your attorney at the legal advocate's office in the event there are any date changes. Do you understand the consequences for failing to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
You are all done for today, Mr. Miranda.
Thank you.
So you know what? I think on the Pima County website, because I think I've looked people up before, I don't think they post up their charges.
And it looks like we're on to our Spanish speakers. Do we have our interpreter present?
Not the Timu translator.
Yes, Your Honor, the interpreter's on the line.
Thank you for your patience this morning.
Your Honor, we have Mr. Rivera next, but I don't believe Spanish speaker.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. The Spanish speakers are next. Okay. Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Eddie Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, you are here today for an initial appearance on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, possession of narcotic drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I am going to appoint Sarah Wright to represent you. It looks like you also have someone that's here in court today.
What up? What up?
And I'm sorry, wife, is that who's here? Okay, so your wife is in the courtroom here today.
Skinny.
I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services on this matter. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation. So, Mr. Rivera, because of the nature of the charges, you may be eligible to participate in a pre-indictment diversion program that the county attorney's office offers. If you agree to participate in substance abuse treatment for a period of time and stay in contact with pretrial services, the state may not go forward with these felony charges. Is that a program you'd like to see if you're eligible for and participate?
Absolutely.
Great. So with that, I am going to release Mr. Rivera to pretrial services. Does anyone need to be heard? Mr. Poston, Mr. Mosley?
No, Your Honor.
If you haven't done so,
all right. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Rivera, is give you a court date of next week. So February 12th at 9 a.m. is going to be your hearing for the what we refer to as the STEPS matter. That's the pre-indictment diversion program. You'll need to go to the third floor of Pima County Superior Court on that date and see Judge Hampson. In the courtroom is going to be attorneys from the public defender's office, or Sarah Wright will be there on your behalf. You'll also have treatment providers and pretrial services that will be in the courtroom. You'll be able to review the terms and decide if you want to participate, if you're eligible, and that will be the time for the state to decide and let you know. I am releasing you to pretrial services, which means that you have to stay in contact with that agency, participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You are not allowed to have any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Are we willing to waive time for the preliminary hearing, Mr. Mosley?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Rivera, what I just asked your attorney is normally the state would have 20 days to obtain an indictment in this case if they were going to, but because you may be eligible to participate in this program, we're going to give that time, we're going to extend that time out to 45 days, okay? So that means that after the STEPS hearing next week, and it's really important that you go to that hearing so you can get connected to these services, but the next hearing after that will be March 24th at 1:30, and that's going to be a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but it's important that you stay in contact with Ms. Wright, your attorney, in the event that that date changes. And that date could change depending upon what happens at your court date next week. Do you understand all the conditions of release that I imposed today?
Sure.
And if you fail to appear, they can issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear? You are all done for today.
You got that wrong, Hulk. But thank you. It's lagging for anyone else. I'm not sure.
Now we're on to the Spanish speakers.
Español. Sí hablo español. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Tap, tap, tap. Help us to get to the 100K. And if you haven't followed, please follow. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you a red cent. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Follow, follow, follow. Doesn't cost you anything. And if you're watching and you're not following, it's like you're stealing free content. Why would you do such a thing? Would you breathe air and not like it? You would, right? So what's up? Hook it up. Let me get that. I seen that.
You okay. All right. Here we go with our first Spanish speaker. Sir, tell me your name.
Señor, dígame su nombre.
Sergio Cuevas Sosa.
Sergio Cuevas Sosa.
Mr. Cuevas Sosa, you are here today on a charge of prohibited possessor weapons misconduct. It's a felony offense.
Señor Cuevas Sosa, usted está el día de hoy por cargos de una persona que tiene prohibido cargar un arma de fuego, que es una conducta indebida y un delito grave.
This is the time for your initial appearance on these charges. So we're going to be talking about your conditions of release.
Y este es el día para su comparecencia inicial sobre estos cargos y vamos a hablar sobre sus condiciones de liberación.
You do have the right to remain silent on this charge. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney, and I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You do have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing today.
Y usted tiene derecho a permanecer en silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga puede y será usada en su contra. Voy a nombrarle un abogado para que lo represente de la Oficina de Defensoría Pública. El día de hoy tiene a su lado un abogado representante para la audiencia de hoy.
I do need to tell you that regardless of what we do here on this case today, sir, it does look like you have a hold that has been placed on you from the Adult Probation Department and also by Immigration and Customs as well.
Y también le quiero decir que, aparte de lo que le voy a decir del caso de hoy, usted tiene una orden de retención por parte del Departamento de Libertad Condicional de Adultos y también del Departamento de Aduanas y de Inmigración.
Thank you, Baker.
So until your probation and ICE matters gets resolved, you'll be remaining in custody on those other matters. That's not what we're here to talk about today.
Bueno, y hasta que se resuelvan los temas con el Departamento de Libertad Condicional de Adultos y con el Servicio de Aduanas y de Inmigración, va a permanecer bajo custodia y no vamos a hablar de esos temas el día de hoy, de esos casos.
I've had the opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services on this case. I also have looked at the state's recommendation. They're recommending a $5,000 bond in this case, Mr. Poston. Before the interpreter will translate, and then I'll let you be heard if you want.
Very well.
Y usted ya tuve la oportunidad de revisar el informe de los servicios previos al juicio y también la recomendación de la Fiscalía. Recomienda a la Fiscalía que se fije una fianza de $5,000 y ahora le pregunta al fiscal, el señor Poston, si quiere hablar.
Mr. Poston?
State submits.
La Fiscalía es la decisión de la juez.
Mr. Mosley.
Your Honor, in light of the fact that he has two holds, we're asking for a bond on this case of $500.
I am going to impose a... Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Thank you. Su señoría, y en vista, dice su abogado, de que tiene dos órdenes de retención en este caso, estamos pidiendo que fije una fianza de $500.
I am going to impose a bond in this case of $5,000, cash or secured.
Voy a imponer en este caso una fianza de $5,000 que sea pagada en efectivo o con garantía.
If you do post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services and have the following conditions. Participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You may not have any firearms or weapons, and you can't have any alcohol or illegal drugs.
Y si usted llega a pagar esa fianza, se va a liberar bajo los servicios previos al juicio y tiene que seguir todas las condiciones impuestas y tiene que participar en todos el monitoreo y tratamientos que ellos recomienden. No puede poseer ningún arma de fuego, ningún tipo de arma, no puede consumir alcohol ni drogas.
Your next court date is going to be February 18th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing.
Y su próxima fecha de corte va a ser el 18 de febrero a la 1:30. Va a ser una audiencia preliminar.
That date may or may not occur, so it's going to be important that you stay in contact with your attorney in the event that the date changes.
Y puede que esa fecha se lleve o no se lleve a cabo, entonces es muy importante que usted se mantenga en comunicación con su abogado en caso de que cambie esa fecha.
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you, so someone will be contacting you about this case.
Y a usted se le ha asignado la Oficina de Defensoría Pública para que lo represente, entonces alguien de esa oficina se va a comunicar y contactarlo a usted con respecto a este caso.
If you remain in custody, the jail will make sure that you appear via video or get transported for future hearings. But if you post bond, you must appear at the court date and time that I gave you.
Y si usted permanece en prisión, en la cárcel, en la cárcel se van a encargar de que usted comparezca ya sea por video o que lo transporten a la audiencia para las futuras audiencias. Pero si usted llega a pagar fianza, es su responsabilidad comparecer en las fechas que yo le di de corte.
If you fail to appear, a warrant could be issued for your arrest.
Y si usted no comparece a la corte, puede emitirse una orden de arresto en su contra.
Do you understand all of your conditions of release, sir?
¿Usted entiende cuáles son todas sus condiciones de liberación, señor?
Sí, entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
No and do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Y comprende cuáles son las consecuencias que enfrenta si no comparece.
Sí, nomás una pregunta.
Yes, I just have one question.
¿La fianza la tendría que pagar toda entera a los 5,000 o cómo sería?
Do I have to post the full amount of the bond, the 5,000, or how would that be?
It's a cash or secured bond, so you can post a portion of it if you have collateral to pay the rest.
Es una fianza en efectivo o con garantía, entonces usted tendría que pagar una porción de esa fianza y si tiene un colateral para pagar el resto.
But I will tell you, sir. Sorry. But hang on. No, let me finish. Because you have a probation hold and also a hold through Immigration and Customs, even if you post this $5,000 bond, you are not going to get out of custody.
You ain't going nowhere.
Y déjeme terminar porque como usted tiene una orden de retención por el Departamento de Libertad Condicional y también una orden de retención por el Departamento de Inmigración ICE, aún si usted paga esa fianza de $5,000 va a permanecer bajo custodia.
You should talk to someone from the Public Defender's Office.
Y debe hablar de esto con alguien de la Defensoría Pública.
Save that money to come back.
Ok, porque por ejemplo, mira, yo estoy casado con una mujer de aquí, era residente, pero ahora cuando pasó mi primer problema me quitaron la residencia. Me dijeron que cuando terminé.
Sí, well, because for example, I was married with a person here, so I had I was resident, and now that I had this first problem, they took away my residency.
Oh.
I don't have any jurisdiction to handle anything relating to your status here, sir. That's going to have to be something you'll talk to someone through the federal government in the future. Today, we're only talking about your prohibited possessor charge.
La regaste, compa.
Y yo no tengo jurisdicción con nada relacionado a su estatus ilegal, migratorio. Para eso tiene usted que hablar con alguien del gobierno federal en el futuro. Por ahora estamos solo hablando de su cargo en el que no tenía derecho a poseer un arma de fuego.
All right, you're all done for today, sir.
Okay.
So, ya se terminó todo por hoy.
Entonces, ok, tengo que averiguar esto de la fianza, ¿no? Ok,
So,
gracias.
Word around.
About this, the bond, right?
Word
Thank you.
around.
No,
word around TikTok is that they're sending them over to Gitmo. Man, I would definitely not want to be down in Gitmo, man. The stuff they were doing to them before. I had a buddy that was down there when they were wakeboarding them. They had like the dogs. They were sicking the dogs on them, man. It was totally horrific. So I could only imagine now that they got like a license to do whatever the hell. It's gonna be lawless, man. They're gonna be abusing these people. Man, it's gonna be crazy. I couldn't do that time in Guantanamo.
Hi, tell me your full name.
Gracias.
¿Me dice su nombre completo?
Make up a sandwich with my smoke. Wait a minute.
It's gonna be all bad.
Carlos Mendoza.
Carlos Mendoza.
Hey, is he eating?
Mr. Mendoza, you were here today on a charge of aggravated DUI. It is a felony offense.
Wow, drop one, flush
Y
one.
señor Mendoza, usted está el día de hoy por un cargo de conducir bajo los efectos de sustancias químicas, DUI, que es un delito grave.
You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm appointing the public defender's office, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today, where we're going to talk about your conditions of release.
Y tiene derecho a permanecer en silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga puede ser usada en su contra. Yo voy a nombrar un abogado de la Oficina de Defensoría Pública para que lo represente. Para el propósito de la audiencia de hoy, tiene un abogado que está sentado al lado suyo y vamos a hablar de sus condiciones de liberación.
I've had the opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. It tells me a little bit about you and the circumstances of the offense.
Y tuve la oportunidad de revisar el informe de los servicios previos al juicio, previos al juicio, y me informa un poco sobre usted y las circunstancias de este delito.
I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation as to conditions of release, and they're asking for a $5,000 bond, Mr. Post. And when the interpreter's done, Mr. Poston.
Y también tuve la oportunidad de revisar las recomendaciones de la Fiscalía y ellos están recomendando una fianza de $5,000 y ahora puede responder el señor Postman de la Fiscalía.
If you're not tapping,
Go ahead.
you must be tapping. Okay. Let's get up to 100.
Did you catch that, interpreter? I think he said that the state was submitting on the records.
Okay. Y dice el fiscal que deja consideración de la juez la decisión.
Mr. Mosley?
Your Honor, due to his lack of criminal history, we're asking for release to pretrial services in the alternative, a bond of no more than $1,100.
Bueno, dice, señoría, estamos pidiendo que por su falta de antecedentes penales que sea dejado en libertad bajo los servicios previos al juicio y en caso de no ser así que se fije una fianza de $1,100.
Mr. Mendoza, I'm showing an address for you in Phoenix, Arizona. Do you have an address here in Tucson?
Señor Mendoza, yo veo que hay una dirección suya de Phoenix, Arizona. ¿Tiene usted dirección aquí en Tucson?
No.
No.
All right.
Thank you for that.
I am going to impose a bond today in the amount of $5,000, cash or secured.
Y voy a imponer el día de hoy una fianza por $5,000 que sea pagada en efectivo o con garantía.
If you do post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services and you must abide by the following conditions of release. Participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. Because this is an alcohol offense, they will likely have you test.
Bueno, y si usted llega a pagar esa fianza, lo van a dejar en libertad bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio. Tienen que cumplir con sus condiciones y cumplir el monitoreo y tratamiento que le indiquen los servicios previos al juicio y también que muy probablemente como esto fue un delito relacionado con alcohol, va a tener que hacerse pruebas.
You are not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you cannot drive without a valid license.
Thank you, Debs.
Y usted no se le permite poseer ni consumir nada de alcohol ni drogas ilegales y no puede conducir sin una licencia válida.
Your next hearing in this case is a preliminary hearing on February 18th at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Su próxima audiencia sobre este caso va a ser el 18 de febrero a la 1:30 de la tarde. Va a ser una audiencia preliminar.
You are expected to show up at all future court dates, and if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest.
Y usted espera que se presente y se comparezca a todas sus futuras fechas de corte, y si usted no comparece, se va a emitir una orden de arresto en su contra.
That preliminary hearing date may or may not occur, so it's going to be very important that you stay in contact with your attorney about any potential date changes, especially if you post the bond and get released.
Esa fecha preliminar puede que sea en esa fecha o no, por eso es importante que usted esté en comunicación con su abogado, porque si hay la posible pueda llegar a cambiarse esa fecha, especialmente si usted paga su fianza.
Do you understand the conditions of release that I've imposed here today?
¿Comprende usted cuáles son las condiciones de liberación que le he impuesto el día de hoy?
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear for your hearing?
¿Y comprende cuáles son las consecuencias si usted no se presenta o no comparece a la audiencia?
Sí.
Yes.
So, because you live in Phoenix, sir, I will permit, obviously, that travel and for you to reside outside of Pima County, but you're going to have to make sure that you get to court hearings and stay in contact with pretrial services and your attorney. Do you understand all of that?
Y señor, como usted su vivienda es en Phoenix, voy a permitir que usted pueda viajar y residir fuera del condado de Pima, pero usted tiene que asegurarse de estar presente en todas las audiencias y las fechas de corte y mantener su comunicación con los servicios previos al juicio y con su abogado. ¿Eso lo comprende?
¿Qué?
Sí.
Yes.
You're all done for today.
All right.
Ya terminamos por hoy.
What's up? Hey,
And
come on.
Jail, are we
What's
all
up?
done with our Spanish speakers?
Let's hit that 100K. We're at
Correct,
98.
Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day.
98,000.
Thank you, Your Honor. You
Tap,
too.
tap,
Jeff, I will
tap.
now disconnect.
Next, almost at 100. Hey, highly appreciate you guys. You
Guys,
guys,
stay on board. What's
Hi,
yours?
sir.
you guys are truly dedicated.
Tell me your name.
Andrew Houston Coe, also known as Andy Coe.
Mr. Coe, you are here today on possession of a dangerous drug charge. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I've had the opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. Based on the nature of this charge, sir, you may be eligible to participate in a pre-indictment diversion program. If you agree to participate in substance abuse treatment for a period of time and stay in contact with pretrial services, then the state may not go forward with these felony charges. Would you like to see if you're eligible to participate in this program?
I would like to, Your Honor.
Okay. So with that, I am inclined to release him to pretrial services. Does either counsel need to be heard?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Coe, I'm going to release you to the custody of pretrial services today. You're going to have a hearing next week, February 12th at 9 a.m. You need to go to that hearing. Mr. Mosley is writing down the information for you. It'll be on the third floor of Superior Court, and you're going to see Judge Hampson. In the courtroom, you'll meet people from pretrial services. You'll meet your attorney. You also will have an opportunity to get connected to our community service providers that provide treatment. If you are eligible to participate in this program and you sign up, then you'll get all the information on that day. It's really an important date for you to appear. You are not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You can't have any firearms while this case is going on, and you have to participate in any monitoring or treatment pretrial services directs. Do you understand all of those conditions of release?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are we willing to waive time for the preliminary hearing, Mr. Mosley?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Coe, normally the state would have 20 days to file an indictment, but because you may be eligible to participate in this program, we're going to extend that time out to 45 days. So what your attorney and I just talked about was extending that time. So your next hearing, again, you must go next week to see if you're eligible. That's the important date. The next hearing after that is March 24th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not happen, especially if you participate in the diversion program. So it's important that you stay in contact with your attorney. in case dates change. If you fail to appear for your court dates, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Oh, yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, you are all done for today, Mr. Coe.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You
Hey,
too.
Tonka, what stream were you on? Because I had 3 streams running last night. I had Connecticut, I had Pima, and I had Maricopa. Hey, thank you guys. Really appreciate you guys hitting that 100,000 taps on the screen, or 106 to be exact. For all of you that are counting, that are tapping away, really appreciate you guys. Next up on the
Sir, tell me your full name.
My name is Ryan Phillip Dawson.
Mr. Dawson, you're here on a couple different matters today. One of them is a fugitive matter out of Los Angeles. We're going to talk about that. And then you also have a local drug paraphernalia charge out of Tucson City Court that we're going to talk about as well. You do have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I am going to appoint the Legal Defender's Office to represent you. That will be the Pima County Legal Defender's Office on your fugitive matter. I've had an opportunity to review information that Pretrial Services has prepared for me on your case. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation. Mr. Poston, you requested a no bond, but there's a bond on the warrant that I'm inclined to impose. Is there a reason?
Very well, Your Honor. It was a misunderstanding. Very well. With the bond amount on the warrant, it's fine, Your Honor.
Don't get all passive aggressive.
Your Honor,
on
he was out on release. He bonded out on that warrant and hasn't missed any court dates, but he keeps getting picked up whenever he has officer contact because the warrant's still in the system. But in reality, he's bonded out on that and hasn't missed court.
He's a liar. Throw the book at him. He's lucky my
So it
wife's
looks
not
like
the
you
judge.
were released on the $1,000 bond on January 19th.
That's pretty messed up.
And I went to court on the 21st. And then I have another court date on February 18th for the same thing. And I've actually been they sent me a letter of release, able to go to Los Angeles to quash it myself. And I've been doing everything that the court has asked. And it was just there was a misunderstanding picking me up on it because the system shows that it's still a warrant, even though I had paperwork to show, but they couldn't verify the paperwork because of the time of day.
Mr. Dawson, who is your attorney from the Legal Defender's Office that's helping you with that?
You know, I don't know what his name is. I have it on my paperwork. It's out of Court 802 in the Superior Court.
Yeah, okay.
And they can verify all that information. I keep a piece of paper with me that they're supposed to call, but they couldn't get that information. So.
Okay. So, and I did see that in the pretrial services report. So I did want to get some further information from you on that. And I do see that your next hearing on that case is February 18th.
Yes,
and did you post the $1,000 bond?
I did.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do today, so it doesn't hopefully show up for multiple bonds for you, I'm going to release you today on your promise to appear. And in my notes, what I'm going to do is affirm the previous bond for $1,000 that was posted. So I'm going to put that on your paperwork today. I don't know if keeping this paperwork with you is going to have any effect whatsoever, but I'll at least make the note, and hopefully you won't have any more law enforcement contact before your hearing on the 18th. But I will I'll indicate all of this information that was provided by pretrial in the note section for your conditions of release. When you get released later today, that information will all be in there for you.
Hey, plot twist. It was the same cops. It was the same cops that arrested him the first time, or the ones that arrested him the second time. He got done dirty. Let me see. I just realized I think I have the wrong camera on my computer here. Let me fix it on over. Oh,
All
man, I
right.
got that crappy
And then,
camera.
Marty, I'm going to change the date for his fugitive warrant to the 18th. I don't know if that's going to screw anyone up, but, and I'm just talking to our clerk here at Justice Court because they had a fugitive date for you of February 10th, but since we already have one for the 18th, I'm just going to affirm that February 18th date for you at 2:30.
Thank you.
All right. And then does either counsel wish to be heard based on all of that information on the warrant matter?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Now we do need to deal with your drug paraphernalia charge. So let's talk about that one out of Tucson City Court.
You ain't going nowhere, buddy.
Again, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I'm going to release you on your promise to appear on that matter out of Tucson City Court. Your next hearing date for your Tucson City Court case is going to be March 5th at 9 a.m. and that's going to be in front of Judge Hale on that date. You do need to appear at Tucson City Court at that date and time. If you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. This is also the time for your arraignment on these charges, so I need to tell you that you are presumed innocent on that charge. I'm entering a not guilty plea on your behalf today. In addition to the warrant issuing for your arrest, if you don't show up on March 5th, that hearing and subsequently set hearings could also go forward in your absence, and that would include a trial. If you're convicted at trial and can't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, you could also lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand all those consequences for failing to appear, Mr. Dawson?
There is
Yes,
no
I do, Your Honor.
consequences.
You are all done for today. Make sure you grab your paperwork when you leave the jail today, okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, there we go. That's the picture's a little bit better
Hello?
right there. See right there, I swapped out the cameras. Next up on The Price is Wrong. Let's see.
Hi, tell me your name.
Jeffrey Deloach.
Mr. Deloach, you were here on a few different matters today. The first is a felony charges involving kidnapping and aggravated assault. These are domestic violence related. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you do have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. Also looks like we have some DV charges and city court matters that we need to talk about. We're going to handle your felony cases first. I've had the opportunity to review. Sir, I need you to listen to me and you can talk to your attorney in just a second, okay? I'll give you an opportunity to do that, but I need to make sure you hear everything that I tell you today, okay?
He's a bad hombre.
Yes, ma'am.
So I've had a chance to review information provided by pretrial services today that tells me a little bit about you and the circumstances of this offense. I've also had a chance to review the state's attorney's recommendation as to your conditions of release. Mr. Poston, you're recommending a $75,000 bond. Is there anything that you wanted to add?
Hey, thank you, Glick.
Your Honor.
Thank you for the follow. Hey, do you guys want to stay on this hearing, or do you want me to switch over in 4 minutes?
We're
over
looking
to
at
Maricopa?
a 6 and 5 on NVCA. There's strangulation. State submits on the written record.
What? The what?
And I will add that the Tucson City Court matters we're going to talk about here in a minute. There are new charges as well as warrants that were issued for failing to appear for hearings. Mr. Mosley, did you want to be heard?
Your Honor, we're asking for a bond of no more than $5,500 on this matter.
I am going to impose a bond in this case of $25,000. That is going to be a cash or secured bond. If you post that bond, sir, then you'll be released to pretrial services on the felony matter. If you do get released to pretrial services, you're ordered to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You are not to commit any acts of domestic violence. You cannot possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. You are also not to have any contact with the victim in this case. Do not return to the incident location or anywhere where the victim is living or working. While you are in custody, this order of no contact with her remains in effect. You may be given access to tablets, phone calls, other things. You are not to have any contact with the victim. If you need time to talk to your attorney, you can do that now.
So he's there for strangulation and DV and kidnapping and a wide range of different charges and whatnot. So he might be going away for a long time if he's found guilty.
You can call your attorney. You can file a motion to try to get better conditions of release. Not your assigned attorney.
What'd you say? Wait, what? Thank you for answering. No worries. Hey, so as soon as this one's over, I'm gonna switch over.
In the middle, you know, he wanted 75. He asked for $1. She said 25,000. But he wanted 20.
Hey, and if you're on TikTok and you want to continue watching, switch over to the other platform, to YouTube, if you will. If you want to continue watching, I gotta take a little nappy nap.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do you understand all the conditions of release that I've just imposed, sir?
No, ma'am.
You don't understand them?
No, ma'am.
What don't you understand? I'm not asking if you like them. I'm asking if you understand them, what they mean, what the words mean. What don't you understand?
Nothing.
Okay. Sounds like you're just being difficult. I know that you just I heard that you just had a conversation with Mr. Mosley, so you had an opportunity to talk with him, and I believe that you do understand, you just don't like it. So we're going to note that there's the difference in that today, unless you have a specific question about your conditions. What is it?
The cop, how did I get a felony charge? He put me in the police car for 4 hours and put a charge on me. What are you talking about? I've been going to work every day.
I've told you what the charges are, and I've told you what your conditions of release are. Your next hearing in this case is February 18th at 1:30. That is a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you are expected to show up at all future dates, and if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences for failing to appear, that a warrant could issue for your arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are still in custody, the jail will make sure that you appear for your next hearings either via video or in person. If you post bond and get released, it's your responsibility to make sure that you appear for future court dates. We need to talk about your city court matters now.
City court.
Can I ask you a question first, please?
Yes.
I've been in prison for a long time, so when they go to file for the indictment, can I challenge the indictment? Because the cop just put the charges on me tonight. He made it up.
You can talk. You can talk to your attorney from the public defender's office about all of those concerns that you have.
So we're going to trial then.
We're a ways away from that. We still have to look for.
I'm letting you know. Right now. That's where we're going.
Damn,
okay.
Relax, homeboy.
Well, the state's attorney is present, so
okay.
you provided the information. Okay. We need to talk about your city court cases first. You're here for unlawful imprisonment, disorderly conduct, 2 counts. Those are domestic violence offenses where you have warrants out for your arrest.
He's big mad.
Then you have additional charges relating to threats and intimidation, domestic violence, criminal damage, domestic violence, and disorderly conduct, domestic violence. And as I indicated, the warrant was issued out of Tucson City Court for failing to appear. On that case, I am going to impose a bond of $2,500 cash. If you post that bond and get released, you're to commit no acts of domestic violence. Again, don't have any contact with the victims in your city court cases and do not go to where they're living or working. I am going to appoint the city public defender's office to represent you on those city court cases. Your next hearing in city court is going to be February 12th at 1:30 in front of Judge Million. That's a video review. If you're still in custody, you'll appear via video, much like you're doing here today. If you post that bond on your felony case and this one, then you'll need to be seen on March 7th of 2025 at 9 a.m., also in front of Judge Million.
So I got to give $25,000 cash to bond out on the first one? Cash or secured?
The $25,000 bond is cash or secured. This case is $2,500 cash. So they are separate bonds that you'll have to post on these matters if you want to be released.
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, sir, if you do post your bond and you fail to appear, they can issue more warrants for your arrest. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You are all done for today.
All right, guys, I'm gonna switch on over.
So what I need to get out? 25,000. It's your security. What is security? What the fuck? It's percentage, like 10% of the car or something for the rest. Yeah. I need to use. I need to talk. I need to use the phone. I need to get my voice. Use the phone. They won't let me. Well, you can use the jail for this. You can't put me in the police car for 4 hours and call it detective.
I'm waiting for you.
Right, the marks.
All right, I'm gonna swap on over really quick right now.
Hi, tell me your name.
Brett DeMars.
He's gonna have to wait next time, buddy. We got bigger fish to fry here. We're swapping over.
Resistance class 1 misdemeanor. At this point.
Señor está aquí detenido el día de hoy por un punto acusatorio por traspaso en propiedad ajena, que es una falta de categoría 1, y también por desacato a las autoridades, resistencia pasiva, que también es una falta de categoría 1.
Based upon the nature of the charges, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel at this time.
Dadas las acusaciones en su contra, en este momento no tiene derecho a que se le nombre a un abogado de oficio.
Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing on February the 24th at 9:30 a.m. in the Kyrene Justice Court.
Su siguiente audiencia va a ser una audiencia de vistas, va a ser el 24 de febrero a las 9:30 de la mañana en el Juzgado de Paz de Kyrene.
Sorry, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. That's your promise to appear in court.
Señor, lo voy a dejar en libertad bajo palabra. Usted va a dar fe que va a presentarse a su siguiente audiencia.
So are you promising me you will appear in court?
¿Da fe que se va a comparecer a sus audiencias, señor?
No sé.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Sir, I'm going to set some release conditions. They'll all be on your release order.
Señor, le voy a establecer ciertas medidas cautelares. Todas se encuentran en la hoja de su puesta en libertad que le van a dar.
But you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any of the alleged victims.
No puede regresar al lugar de los hechos y no puede tener contacto con ninguna de las supuestas víctimas.
If you do not go to court on the 24th, a warrant could be issued for your arrest. You understand that?
Si no se presenta a su audiencia del día 24, ¿está consciente que se puede emitir una orden de aprehensión en su contra?
You have to answer out loud.
Okay.
En voz alta, señor.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. You'll get some paperwork if you step over to your left.
Gracias. Pase a su izquierda, le dieron sus
Next on The Price
documentos.
is Wrong.
Your Honor, did the court want me to make an announcement to see if there was anyone else?
I would very much appreciate that.
Of course, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguna otra persona que necesite ayuda en español? Si quiere ayuda en español, levante la mano, por favor.
Go ahead. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Interpreter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. We have a county attorney here.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding is that there was going to be a defense counsel appearing for number 19.
Yeah, I think he wanted to do that at the end of the calendar because he has to do it virtually because he has another matter.
Oh, okay.
We can notify you before we do that if you want to go back to your office.
Yeah, that would be fine.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, then we're going to do Marshall Gray, followed by Francisco Nino sitting in the chair by the door. Sir, state your name, please.
Marshall Gray.
And your date of birth.
11/22/85.
So you're here on two cases, the first of which is a probation violation out of, I believe it was Pinell County.
Yes, sir.
I have found that in this case you are indigent. Your attorney will be appointed at the next hearing. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing on February the 10th at 8:30 in the Pinell County Superior Court. At this time, based upon this being a probation violation, I'd find that you're not eligible for bonds. You'll be held non-bondable on the probation violation pursuant to Rule 7.2. On the other matter on the calendar, you're charged with possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. here in Maricopa County. Based upon the limited information I was given by the police department, I did not find probable cause as to that charge. That doesn't mean that that case is going to go away. The county attorney may have more information at the next hearing. I am appointing a public defender to represent you on that case. There are no release conditions on that case because I didn't find probable cause. But you're still non-bondable on the Pinal County case.
Okay.
Do you have any questions, sir?
So I'm just waiting on Pinal County to come pick me up.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day, Your Honor.
You too, sir. Francisco Nino, followed by Jared Garcia, sitting in the chair.
Your Honor, this is Andrew Blischak.
Hold on. I thought we were going to do that at the end. Since I don't have you up on the calendar, on my monitor, Mr. Blischak, we're going to have to wait a minute and get the county attorney to get. Are you ready to go, Andrew?
No, Your Honor, I wanted to have a chance to read the Form 4, and we can go on the end of the calendar for Francisco Nino.
Okay, then, yeah, we'll just go at the end of the calendar then.
Or maybe in 10 or 15 minutes. Thank you, Judge.
I'll give you 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Nino will wait on your case. We'll move on to Jared Garcia, then Alexander Mojaro. Sir, state your name, please.
Jared Nathaniel Garcia.
And your date of birth.
9/12/1993.
All right, Mr. Garcia. On this case, you're charged with disorderly conduct and resisting arrest by passive resistance, both Class 1 misdemeanors. An attorney will be appointed at your next court date, but I have found you to be indigent, so there will be an attorney appointed at your next court date. Your next court date will be an arraignment in the White Tank Justice Court on February the 10th at 8:30. So your next court date is February the 10th at 8:30. I have set a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If you post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services with electronic monitoring that will have to be installed before you are released. The other release conditions, they'll all be in writing, but you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, have any contact with any victims or witnesses or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons of any type. And the other release conditions, as I said, will be in your release order. You're also to obey by any terms of any order of protection that may be issued. I don't know if there's an order of protection yet, but if there is one issued, you have to abide by that, or that would be a new separate offense. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, thank you.
All right. Hold on. All right. All right. I'm going to take off the electronic monitoring because this is a misdemeanor. I think we might have to reprint that. But let me just strike that. Everything else remains the same. So it's still a $1,000 bond. I did. Can you reprint that one, please? Thank you. It'll just take a sec for you to get the paperwork, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. All right, now we'll have Alexander Mojaro, followed by Eloy Salcedo. Sir, state your name, please.
Alexander Mojaro.
And your date of birth.
05/26/2005.
So you're here on 4 separate cases, the first of which is the 2-9 matter. You're charged with shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and failure to appear, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Your next court date on that will be an arraignment on February the 11th at 8:30 in the El Mirage Municipal Court. On this case, I'm setting a secured appearance bond of $100. In addition to the bond, you're not to return to the scene of your alleged crime, have any contact with any of the witnesses or victims. So that will be the order on that case. On the 159357 case, this is another shoplifting Class 1 misdemeanor. Your next court date on that will be an arraignment on February the 10th at 8:30 in the Arrowhead Justice Court. On that case, there's also a $100 secured appearance bond, and the other release conditions are very similar about returning to the scene of the alleged crime. Your next case is the 149778 case. On that case, you're also charged with shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and failure to appear, Class 2 misdemeanor. Your next court date on that will be an arraignment on February the 10th, also at the Arrowhead Justice Court. On that case, there's a $100 secured appearance bond, and the release conditions are very similar. Your last case is another count of shoplifting, 2 counts, one removal of goods, one concealment, both Class 1 misdemeanors. Your next court date on that will be an arraignment hearing on February the 11th in the El Mirage Municipal Court. The secured appearance bond on that case is $500, and the release conditions are similar as the other conditions. Do you have any questions about the things I've just done, sir?
So it's all together?
You have 2 separate courts that you'll have to be going to. The courts, the addresses will all be on the paperwork that you'll be giving.
Yeah.
You've been given bonds on all of the cases, totaling approximately, I think it's around $900. But the bonds will be on each of the release orders.
Okay.
But you have to post them on each case if you want to get released. If you post it on one case, it won't do you any good. You have to do on all 4 cases.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
Thank you, sir. The deputy will give you some paperwork. Eloy Sacedo, followed by Christopher Figueroa. Sir, state your name, please.
Eloy Salcedo.
And your date of birth, sir.
11/29/1981.
All right, sir, you're charged with driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, Class 1 misdemeanor, passive resistance, resisting arrest, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and an open container of alcohol in the vehicle, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I have found you to be indigent. An attorney will be appointed at your next court date. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court on February the 25th at 9 a.m. I am releasing you on this case on your own recognizance. That's your promise to appear at your next court date. You'll have standard release conditions. I want to highlight a couple of them. One, you're not to possess or consume any alcohol at all. You're not to drive a motor vehicle at all. And you're to provide a current address or continue living at an address you provide the court. Sir, do you promise to appear at your next court date?
Yes, sir.
All right, the deputy will give you some paperwork. Thank you, sir. All right, Christopher Figueroa, followed by Keenan and Brown. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
State your name, please.
Christopher Figueroa.
And your date of birth.
August 8th, 1986.
All right. Sir, you're charged with possessing dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, possessing drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and driving on a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found you to be indigent. I am appointing the public defender to represent you in this case.
Yes, sir.
Your next court date will be a status conference on February the 24th at 8:30 in the EDC, which is a downtown Superior Court. Okay. The address will be on the paperwork that you're given. You are going to be released on your own recognizance. That's your promise to appear. You're not to have any contact with the arresting officers, not to possess any drugs without a valid driver's license. Possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license.
Yes.
Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
And you do promise to appear in court?
I do promise.
All right. The deputy will give you some paperwork, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Keenan Brown, followed by Yeraline Samaniego. Sir, state your name, please.
Keenan Brown.
And your date of birth.
July 14, 2006.
Thank you, sir. So you're charged with unlawful use of means of transportation, being a passenger in a stolen vehicle, a Class 6 felony, and criminal trespass, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have appointed the public defender to represent you in this case. Your next court date on this case, sir, will be a status conference on February the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court building. You are going to be released on your own recognizance. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, have any contact with any of the victims, and the other release conditions are standard release conditions, which will be in the paperwork. Do you promise to appear in court, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. The deputy will give you some paperwork, sir. Mr. Samaniego, or Miss Samaniego, sorry about that, ma'am. Followed by Jesus Duran. Ma'am, please state your name.
Yarlin Samaniego, July, oh, that's my name.
Go ahead.
Oh, July 1697.
All right, thank you. You're charged with driving on a suspended license and failure to appear. It's a Class 1 and a Class 2 misdemeanor. I'm not appointing counsel at this time due to the nature of the charges. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing in the Goodyear Municipal Court on February the 19th at 1 p.m. On this case, I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. That's your promise to appear. The basic release conditions are all the same. Your next case, your other case is another case of driving on a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Once again, I'm not appointing counsel due to the nature of the charges. On this case, you're also being released on your own recognizance. You're not to drive without a valid driver's license.
Right.
If you do, you'll be back in custody. You understand that?
Yeah.
All right. Your court date on that also is February the 19th at 1 p.m. The deputy will give you the paperwork with the court dates and everything else on it. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Duran, followed by Joshua Clark. Sir, please state your name.
Jesus Duran.
And your date of birth, sir.
Like 21.
A charge of criminal trespass, Class 6 felony. I have appointed the public defender to represent you. Your next court date will be a status conference on February the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. On this case, I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, have any contact with any of the victims. You're not to possess any weapons of any type, given your history. You continue to provide the court with proof of your current address. Just one second. I just wanted to check one thing, sir. You're also to report to your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have one other case, and the other case is your probation violation. I just want to make sure we have the correct dates. The criminal trespass that I aid you on is February 20th at 8:30. So you are released on your own recognizance. That's all good. On your other case, this is a probation violation for a Class 6 felony. You are appointed the public defender in this case. Your next court date on the probation violation is a revocation arraignment on February the 12th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court building. In this case, you're also released on your own recognizance, also ordered to report to your probation officer within 72 hours. The deputy will give you some paperwork, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Judge?
All right. Yeah, go back to where you were, sir. Thank you. All right, Joshua Clark, followed by Gene Thomas. Sir, state your name.
Joshua Clark.
And your date of birth.
12/13/1985.
Sir, you're charged with aggravated DUI, class 4 felony. I've appointed the public defender to represent you. Your next court date will be a status conference on June the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. On this case, you are going to be released to pretrial services. That you'll be having to check in with them. You'll also be undergoing alcohol testing and monitoring.
Is that same like the vet court as before?
I'm not sure what you had before.
Okay.
But this is pretrial services. You'll be given an envelope with your release order with the information about pretrial services. You must completely cooperate with them, including any alcohol testing or anything else, or your release can be revoked and you can be held with bond. Do you understand that?
Understood.
All right. So some of the standard release conditions are you're not to drink alcoholic beverages at all. You're not to drive without a valid driver's license at all. I told you your court date. Make sure you contact pretrial services. Like I said, the information will be in the envelope that you're given. Failure to contact them will also be a violation of your release.
You got it.
Do you have any questions, sir?
I do not. What was the court date, though? Again, just
February the 20th at 8:30. It'll also be on your paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Gene Thomas, followed by Singletary. Mr. Thomas, please state your name.
Gene Patrick Thomas.
And your date of birth, sir.
11/9/71.
All right, sir, you're here on a petition to revoke your probation. I have appointed the public defender to represent you. Your next court date will be a probation revocation arraignment hearing on February the 12th at 8:30. You are released on your own recognizance, but you're really being released to the probation department. You need to cooperate fully with the probation department and follow all of their directions. Do you understand that? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. You're not to have any contact with any victims or witnesses. You're not to possess any weapons of any type. You're also to contact your probation officer within 24 hours of your release. Do you understand that?
Okay.
All right, and you're making a promise that you'll appear at your court date, sir?
Yeah.
All right, so the deputy will give you paperwork with your court date on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just go.
Lamitri Singletary? And she'll be followed by Andrew Gonzalez. Ma'am, please state your name.
Lamitri Singletary,
And your date of birth.
4/1979.
All right, ma'am, you're charged with criminal damage, a class 6 felony. At this point, based upon the information I have, I'm not finding you indigent. I do find you have the means to hire an attorney, and I think you've indicated to pretrial services you intend to hire an attorney. Is that correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your next court date will be a status conference on February the 20th at 8:30. That will be in the downtown Superior Court building. On this case, you are going to be released to pretrial services. You'll need to cooperate with them and follow all of their directions. Do you understand that?
Yes.
There are some release conditions I'm going to go over with you, but you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime at all. You have absolutely no contact whatsoever with the victim. You're not to possess any weapons of any type. You're also to, if there is an order of protection that is issued, and there may be, given the nature of the charges, you're to follow the orders of protection. Any failure to comply with any of these release conditions can bring you back into custody. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, the deputy will give you a piece of paper with your release order, as well as an envelope with the pretrial services information of how to contact them. Make sure you contact them immediately upon your release.
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez, followed by Blanca Gomez. Good morning, sir. State your name, please.
Andrew Gonzalez.
And your date of birth.
June 22nd, 1997.
Sir, you're charged with possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felony, and criminal trespass, a class 3 misdemeanor. I have found that you're entitled to an attorney. I've appointed the public defender to represent you. Your next court date will be a status conference on February the 20th in the downtown Superior Court building. You are going to be released to pretrial services. That means you have to contact them and do everything that they tell you to do. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, have any contact with any of the arresting officers. The deputy will hand you an envelope with the pretrial services information in it. Make sure you contact them and follow all of their directions, and make sure you appear in court.
Okay.
Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step back. Blanca Gomez, followed by Jermaine Cooper. Your name, ma'am?
Bianca Gomez, 918 of 89.
All right. Ma'am, you're charged with a probation violation. It's class 4 felony. I have appointed the public defender to represent you. Your next court date will be a revocation arraignment on February the 12th at 8:30 in the Superior Court here in Phoenix. You are released on your own recognizance, but that is to the probation department. So you're on probation, so you have to follow all of their directions. You understand that? You're not to possess any weapons. All the other release conditions will be fairly standard. Do you have any questions at all?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Deputy will hand you some paperwork. All right, Mr. Cooper. Jerome Cooper. All right. Well, we'll get back to that. Mr. Blischek, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. I'm ready for Mr. Nino.
Okay. Francisco Nino. Sir, come up to the podium. Mr. Blischek, we also have a county attorney in the courtroom. Sir, step up to the podium and tell me your name.
Francisco Niño.
And your date of birth.
October 3rd, 1997.
All right. Sir, you're here on two cases. The first is first, let's get Mr. Blischek and the county attorney's notice of appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state.
Andrew Blischek, appearing for Mr. Nino on his probation case, CR 2022-107-897-001, if that's one of the cases the judge is referring to, Your Honor. And for the purposes of this pre-file case today, Your Honor, I'm only appearing for Mr. Nino in the pre-file ending in 709, just as an initial appearance, and not representing him fully on the case, although I may in the future, but not at this point, not been fully retained.
Are you fully retained on the 2022 matter, Mr. Blischek?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take that case first. On that case, you're here on a probation violation. It's on a class 4 felony. I'll hear you on this case, let me edit something because I did appoint the public defender. I'm going to take that off and indicate that you have private attorney. Okay. All right, so we have Mr. Blischek showing as the attorney of record. Hi, Mr. Blischek. What do you want to be? We'll hear you first, and we'll hear from the county attorney on release conditions on the probation violation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nino has immediate family here. His mother and father are invested in his future. I believe they live together, support each other. My client works at a warehouse, so he has community ties here to Maricopa. He's appeared several times to court before. I know there was one issue where my client appeared virtually and the judge wanted Mr. Nino to appear in person, but that has since worked out. And his current, well, I'll just combine both arguments if it's okay, Your Honor. This is
Absolutely.
a victimless. Thank you. Yeah, this is a victimless crime, it looks like, from fleeing and the possession. So he's demonstrated that he can appear to court before, and I'd ask for a low bond for Mr. Nino. Thank you.
Or a release on my own reconnaissance, sir, please.
Well, That was not my inclination on the probation violation, but I haven't heard from the county attorney yet.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'll, just as defense counsel has done, I'll address both cases. In regards to the new pre-file matter, the state's asking for a $10,000 secured appearance bond. Our understanding is that Mr. Nino has 5 prior felony convictions, and the probation he is currently on is for an aggravated assault. The allegations in the new pre-file case are that he fled from law enforcement in his vehicle. My review of his probation matter does show, I think, at least one failure to appear. Additionally, he's had prior petitions to revoke. He also himself indicated to law enforcement that he fled because he was afraid that he was going to be going to prison. At least that's what was reported by law enforcement in the Form 4. Given all of that, the state is concerned that he is not going to appear for future hearings, and we think that that bond's necessary to secure his appearance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I say something?
You can. You don't. Generally, it's not a good idea because we're being recorded. Anything you say can be used against you. You have a very capable attorney. I know Mr. Blischuk. Let me just go back to the release order.
Mr. Nino, it's better if you don't say anything. And by the way, Your Honor, if I can make a brief argument to probable cause on the pre-file case before the judge rules on everything.
Okay, let me take care of the probation violation first. All right, well, I'll hear you before I make the final order. You can tell me about the...
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to point out that according to the first paragraph, it kind of appears as if a helicopter was following Mr. Nino as he was driving, and I don't see any specific language or verbiage that there was a marked police car with lights and sirens operated to show that Mr. Nino willfully eluded a law enforcement vehicle. He's essentially driving and a helicopter is following him from above, and I don't think that meets the standard for probable cause under 28-62201.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blischuk. And Mr. Blischuk, I'm inclined to appoint the public defender on the new case going forward until you file a notice of appearance on that case.
That's perfect, Your Honor.
All right, going first to the probation violation case. I've heard Mr. Blischuk's argument, I've heard the county attorney's argument. I've reviewed the entire ISIS file on that probation violation case. Given the nature of that case as well as the term 1, I am going to hold on this case Mr. Nino non-bondable pursuant to Rule 7.2 on the probation violation. You'll need to reprint that one, hopefully.
Your Honor, I don't understand how you can hold me on a probation violation when I should be found guilty first before that probation violation should be enforced or whatever.
Mr. Blischuk can explain the probable cause standard and the standard in which I have to hold you non-bondable. And that can be reviewed at the next court date. Your next court date, I don't know if I gave you that or not. It's February the 12th at 8:30 in the Superior Court. On the...
Could we make it any time sooner, please?
No, sir. On the pre-filing case, I have heard Mr. Blischuk's argument, and I do find it somewhat persuasive as to no probable cause on the unlawful flight, but there is probable cause on the possession of narcotic drugs. So based upon the limited information I have, I have found probable cause as to the possession of narcotic drugs. On that case, I am setting a bond of $5,000 with the standard release conditions, with the added contacting a probation officer within 24 hours.
Where was the drugs at?
Yeah.
Sir, I'm not going to...
Mr. Nino will explain this later.
So those are the two release orders, the $5,000 bond and the non-bondable on the probation violation. The deputy will give you the paperwork. Thank you for appearing telephonically, Mr. Bleszczak. Thank you for the county attorney. Sir, step over there.
Thank you for allowing me to appear last minute, Judge. Appreciate it. Have a good day. Thank you.
You too, sir.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Corrales? Sir, state your name, please.
Juan Corrales.
And your date of birth, sir.
December 3rd of 89.
All right. Sir, you're charged with assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have appointed an attorney to represent you on this case. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing on February the 19th at 9 a.m. In the East Mesa Justice Court. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. That's your promise to appear in court. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, have any contact with any victims or witnesses. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol at all. You're also, you may not reside at this time in the same location as your alleged victim. I know you may be living together at the current time, but while this case is pending, you're not to return to that location. If you are an owner or renter of the residence, you may ask the police for a civil standby one time to get the belongings, so you have clothes and things to do that. But you can only do that once, and that's with the police. Other than that, you'd have no contact with the victim at all. If you do have contact with the victim, that can be a new offense and can also revoke your release. Do you understand that? All right, do you promise to appear in court on February the 19th?
Yes.
All right, the deputy will give you the paperwork then. Just make sure you're there on that date, sir.
Thank you.
All right, looks like all the rest of the cases are going to be in, what do you call them, house cases? House calls. We'll go on the record and put on the record my initial inclinations. For number 19, Mr. Nino, I am going to appoint public defender to represent him. Is it? I thought you said 19. Oh, 13. Strike what I just said. We'll go first to Mr. Cooper. Cooper is the house. Okay, Cooper's house. Mr. Cooper, I am going to appoint the public defender to represent him. His next court date will be February the 20th at 8:30. My inclination at this point was to release him to pretrial services. If that changes, I'll come back on the record and make additional findings. The next is number 17, Ms. Miller. I've also appointed a public defender to represent her. My inclination was to release Ms. Miller on her own recognizance. If that changes, I'll go back on the record. The next house call is number 18, Matthews. On that case, I've appointed the public defender. My inclination is to release her on her own recognizance. If that changes, once again, I'll come back on the record. Number 8, Austin Rodriguez. I've appointed the public defender. My inclination is a bond of $1,500. If that changes, we'll come back on the record. Next, number 21 and 22, Mr. Gusenhauser. My inclination on both of these cases was release on the 22, release to pretrial services. 21, release OR. Number 21, Mr. Aguilar. My decision was a $50,000 bond with pretrial services and electronic monitoring, not to be released until electronic monitoring was put on. That's on number 34. 35 is a misdemeanor. I was putting a $50 placeholder bond on that case. And lastly, number 36, once again, it's a violation of probation. On that case, my inclination is non-bondable because of the probation violation, Rule 7.2. We'll do these house calls, and as I indicated, if anything changes, we'll come back on the record. We'll be in recess until the 2 o'clock calendar. Please be seated. This is the 2 p.m. calendar, IA calendar, on February 5th, 2025. The court's order regarding the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the morning calendar on the first day of the month will apply to all of these hearings. All right, we're going to have each of you come to the podium one at a time. When you come to the podium, I'll ask your name and your date of birth. I'll tell you what your charges is and also tell you your release conditions. We'll have one person at the podium and we'll have one person sitting in the chair by the door to be the next one called. First, we're going to call number 29, Royus King, followed by Paul Samuels. So, Mr. Samuels, if you could have a seat by the chair. Good afternoon, sir. State your name, please.
Royus King.
And your date of birth.
12/20/93.
All right, sir. You're charged with 1 count of possessing dangerous drugs for sale, Class 2 felony, 1 count of possessing narcotic drugs for sale, Class 2 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited possessor, Class 4 felony, possession of dangerous drugs and narcotic drugs, both Class 4 felonies, and possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I have found you to be indigent. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date will be a status conference on February the 11th at 8:30 in the expedited drug court in downtown Phoenix. At this point, I am setting a secured appearance bond of $10,000. If you post the bond, you have no contact with any arresting officer. You have no contact with any of the other two co-defendants in this case. You're not to possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you have any questions, sir?
Do I have a bond?
A $10,000 secured bond.
So even if I'm on a DOC hold?
I don't see a DOC hold on my paperwork, so if you have a DOC hold and you have a $10,000 bond, if you posted the bond, you wouldn't go anywhere other than DOC. But that way, at least you're getting credit for the time that you're doing. So if the DOC hold does lift, then you do have the $10,000 secured bond.
Okay, so forget about the bond now. I'm going to DOC.
I wouldn't post I can't give you legal advice, but.
Okay, so
Yeah.
how do I meet with my lawyer? When do I see a lawyer?
You'll see your attorney at the next court date, which is February the 11th.
Okay.
All right. The deputy will give you some paperwork, and you can go back to where you were, sir. Thank you. All right, next we're going to call Paul Samuels, and then Velia Ruiz. Sir, please state your name.
Paul Samuels.
And your date of birth, sir.
January 5th, 1986.
Sir, on this case, you're charged with possessing narcotic drug, class 4 felony, possessing drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony, and shoplifting and theft, both class 1 misdemeanors. An attorney will be appointed. I have appointed an attorney. There'll be an attorney assigned to you at the next court date, but that's going to be in Pinal County. Your court date will be an arraignment on February the 7th at 8:30. I'm affirming the bond that Pinal County requested of $3,000, so that's a secured appearance bond of $3,000. If you post the bond, you're not to return the scene of alleged crime and in contact with any victims, possess any weapons. Do you have any questions, sir?
Well, yeah, Your Honor, I was incarcerated. My last court date for Pinal County was on the 10th of January, and I made every court date in Pinal County, so I was hoping to continue to do that. The reason I didn't miss was in my own willful actions. If you can't release me on my own recognizance, though, I would just ask that you can convert the bond to a $300 cash-only bond instead of...
Sir, this is Pinal County matter, so I pretty much just have to do what they've asked me to do, since it's an out-of-county. This was...
I was here, though, Your Honor. I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers, and the last judge, when it happened last time, she was able to do that for me. She converted it to a cash-only bond.
Yeah.
So I was able to post it. Because I was here, I've been to every court date.
And I appreciate that, sir, but you'll be going to court in 2 days. So at this point, I'm just affirming the $3,000 bond.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, sir. If you could go back to Ms. Ruiz, followed by Harmony Lampkins. Ma'am, please state your name.
Valerie,
And your date of birth.
1993.
I remember you're here on 2 cases. The new case, the 2025 matter, you're charged with criminal trespass, a class 6 felony. I have found you indigent, appointed the legal defender to represent you. On this new case, the court has set a secured appearance bond of $500. If you post the bond, you're not to return the scene of the alleged crime, have any contact with any victims. You're also to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release if you do post bond. Your court date, if I didn't mention it before, is a status conference on February the 11th at 8:30 in the Downtown Justice Center.
Okay.
On the 2024 matter, which is your probation violation, I've also appointed an attorney to represent you on that. Your next court date on that case is a probation revocation hearing, arraignment hearing, on February the 12th at 8:30, also in the Downtown Justice Center. Your bond on that case is $50, so your bond is higher on the one case. Just set a $50 bond on your probation case, so you're getting credit for the time that you're doing. Once again, you're not having any contact with the arresting officers, and contact the probation officer within 72 hours. Do you have any questions, Ms. Felice?
Are you saying so I gotta have to just contact my probation officer within release within 72 hours? And then...
If you post the bond, you have a bond of $500 in one case, $50 in the other. If you post bond, you must contact the probation officer within 72 hours.
So I'm not gonna be able to be.
Not without posting a bond, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Not without posting a bond. You can have your release conditions reevaluated at the next court date, however, when you talk to your attorney. If you step over, the deputy will give you some paperwork. Harmony Lampkins. Followed by Jairo Mundo Arredondo. Ma'am, please state your name.
Can I ask you something real quick before we start?
You can after you tell me your name and date of birth.
Harmony Lanice Lampkins, 2016-2002.
Okay, ma'am, let me go through a few things and then I'll let you say what you want to say. You're here on a probation violation warrant. I have appointed the public defender to represent you. Your next court date will be a non-witness violation hearing on February the 12th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court. What did you want to say, ma'am?
Before you tell me anything further, is there a possibility if you could lower my bond? If there is, please, because I don't have a lot of money like that, and I don't have, family that has that kind of money. I came from the system. I have $100 or at least about $100 to $50 in my property, as well. I was doing pretty great up until the probation violation. I got a job at school. The day that I currently got in custody, I lost my grandmother. I would like to be a part of her funeral.
I'm sorry to hear that. I have set a bond.
I will also, sorry.
Go ahead.
I would also like to just be given a chance to show up to court. I will make it to my court hearing.
Okay. I have set a bond lower than what the recommendation was, but I have set a secured appearance bond of $500. That's a secured appearance bond. It's not a cash bond. So you could go through a bonding company on that, but it's a secured appearance bond of $500. If you post the bond, you're to provide an address to the court, continue living there.
I have one already, but...
Okay.
So...
You're also to contact the probation officer within 72 hours. Any other questions, ma'am?
Why do not I have I just did time. I just did 2 months in here. Why do not have a chance or opportunity to be able to prove myself to the court, or at least that I can show to court?
Given all of the documents and everything I've read, I think the $500 bond is actually...
I don't have that kind of money out here. I don't have family out here to support.
That's as low a bond as the court can set in this matter. So the deputy will give you some paperwork, ma'am.
Is 10% of that $50?
10% of $50, plus you'd have to have some type of collateral. But you can call, there's bonding companies that you can call. The numbers are in the jail. But that concludes this hearing, ma'am.
So I can't...
All right, Jairo Mundo Arredondo, followed by Jared Smith. State your name, please, sir.
Jairo Mundo Arredondo.
And your date of birth, sir.
January 17, 2000.
All right, sir, you're here on two cases. The first is the 2022 matter, which is a probation violation. The court has appointed the public defender to represent you on that case. Your next court date on that case is a probation revocation arraignment hearing on February the 12th in the Downtown Justice Center. On that case, you have a secured appearance bond of $500. If you post the bond, you're not to have any contact with any witnesses. You're also to contact the probation officer within 72 hours of your release. On the 2025 matter, the new case, you're charged with possessing narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, aggravated assaults on a police officer, possession of drug paraphernalia, resisting arrest, those are both Class 6 felonies, endangerment of Class 6 felony, and obstruction or refusal to give a true name. On that case, it's also ordered appointing a public defender to represent you. On that 2025 matter, your court date is a status conference on February the 11th at 8:30 in the Downtown Justice Center. On that case, your bond is a secured appearance bond of $2,500. If you post the bond, you don't have to have any contact with any alleged victims or return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're also to contact the probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Do you have any questions, sir? All right, so you can step over here. Jared Smith, followed by Jairo Madonia. Sir, please state your name.
Jerry Smith,
And your date of birth, sir?
07/12/97.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. You're charged in two cases. In the 2023 matter, you're here on a probation violation case. It's a Class 6 felony. Your next court date on that case is a probation revocation arraignment hearing on February the 12th at 8:30. On that case, you have a secured appearance bond of $250. If you post the bond, you're to contact the probation officer within 72 hours of your release. On the new 2025 matter, you're charged with possessing dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, possessing drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I've appointed an attorney to represent you on that case as well. On that case, your next court date is a status conference on February the 11th at 8:30 in the Downtown Justice Center. Your secured appearance bond on that case is $1,000. If you post the bond, you're not to have any contact with any arresting officers, you're not to possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. You're also to contact the probation officer within 72 hours. Do you have any questions, sir? All right, thank you, sir. You step over there. All right, Jairo Madonia, followed by Roger Shipley. Sir, please state your name.
Jairo Madonia.
And your date of birth, sir?
3682.
All right, sir, you're here on two cases. On the 2022 matter, you're here on a probation violation matter, Class 4 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date on that case will be a probation revocation hearing on February the 12th at 8:30 in the Downtown Justice Center. On that case, you have a secured appearance bond of $500. If you post the bond, you're to continue to reside or provide proof of an address to the court. In the other matter, let's see. Oh, there it is. The 2023 matter, it's also a probation violation hearing, and that's a Class 2 felony probation violation. Your court date is also February the 12th at 8:30. Your secured appearance bond is set in the amount of $1,500. If you post the bond, you're to contact the probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Do you have any questions, sir?
What do you mean secure? I gotta pay it off?
Excuse me?
Secure. I gotta pay it off?
A secured appearance bond means that you can post, you can go to a bonding company and post 10%, you give them 10% in some type of collateral. That's different than the cash bond where you have to post the entire amount.
Okay.
Okay, sir, if you step over here, the deputy will give you some paperwork. Roger Shipley, followed by Jason Coran. Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name.
Roger F. Shipley.
And your date of birth, sir?
5/20/67.
All right, sir, you're here on two cases. In the 2023 matter, you're here on a probation violation of Class 3 felony. Have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date on that case will be a probation revocation arraignment hearing on February the 12th at 8:30 in the Downtown Justice Center. On that case, there's a secured appearance bond of $500. If you post the bond, you must report to the probation department within 24 hours. In the 2025 matter, you're charged with, you're charged with burglary in the second degree, a Class 3 felony. The court did not find probable cause for that charge. You are also charged with criminal trespass, a Class 6 felony. The court did find probable cause as to that count. The court's also appointed counsel to represent you on that case. Your next court date on the new case, is a status conference on February the 11th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court Complex. The bond on that case is a secured appearance bond of $1,000. If you post that bond, you must report to the probation department within 72 hours. You're also not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any victim or witness. Do you have any questions, sir?
Two. So you're saying the burglary is thrown out.
I did not find probable cause. I'm glad you asked that question. That's a very good question, sir. That means that based upon the information I was given today, I'm given a limited amount of information. I have to review that to see whether or not I find probable cause. Based upon what I've seen today, I did not find probable cause. That does not mean the county attorney could not file that charge and the police could not provide more evidence. But based upon what I have today, I could not find probable cause. It's an excellent question, though.
Absolutely.
Another question, sir?
And the other question is, why is the trespass a Class 6? I thought maybe it would be a misdemeanor.
No, that's a Class 6. If you go around the fence and go to it's a Class 6 based upon the statutes in Arizona.
Okay.
All right. Step over here and Deputy will give some paper. Thank you, Mr. Shippen. All right. Jason Coran, followed by Isa Moreno. Sir, please state your name.
Jason Paul Curran.
And your date of birth, sir.
5/21/1978.
Sir, you're here on a probation violation on a Class 4 felony. I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date will be a probation revocation arraignment hearing on February the 12th at 8:30 in the Downtown Justice Center. On this case, there's a secured appearance bond that's been ordered in the amount of $750. If you post the bond, you must contact the probation officer within 24 hours. Do you have any questions, sir?
I don't know if there's any possibility. I just have started working, and I've been on methadone the last 2 months, and it kind of really helped straighten me out. I'm actually doing pretty good. Like I said, I have a job working with a buddy starting the landscape, and I don't know if there's any way I can stay out so I can work and keep that job in the meantime.
Not at this point, sir, but your next court date on February 12th, you will have an attorney, and he can provide that information to the court, and that at that time, that court can make a determination that you might be appropriate for some type of other release.
All right.
Okay. The deputy will give you some paperwork. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Moreno, followed by Robert Wolf.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name.
Esau Moreno.
And your date of birth, sir.
March 4th, 1992.
All right, sir, you're charged with one count of theft by misrepresentation of Class 3 felony, fraudulent schemes of Class 5 felony, and 11 counts of submitting false statements to obtain benefits. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date will be a status conference on February the 10th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court building. I'm going to release you to pretrial services, which means you have to keep in contact with them. They'll give you directions. You have to follow all of their directions or your release can be revoked.
Okay.
If you fail to appear at court, a warrant could be issued for your arrest, and more stringent release conditions could be imposed. Do you have any questions, sir?
I will receive the information regarding pretrial services.
You will. There'll be an envelope that the officer will give you along with your paperwork with your court dates.
Thank you.
All right. You can step over here, sir. Thank you. Robert Wolf, followed by Matthew Mills. Sir, please state your name.
Robert Francis Wolf Jr., 2571.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a driving on a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Based upon the nature of the offense, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel in this case. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing on February the 25th at 2 p.m. in the Arrowhead Justice Court. The address and everything will be on your release order. I am releasing you on your own recognizance on this matter. You're to make sure you stay at the address that you provide the court and keep the court advised of your address. You're not to drive without a valid driver's license. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right, step right over there. Okay.
Well, I do now because I have a probation charge too.
Okay. I'm just here for right now. This is the only case I have before me. So in this case, you're released on your own recognizance.
Well, then how am I going to get?
Where's your probation case from, sir?
Phoenix.
Phoenix City Court or Phoenix?
Phoenix.
Was it a felony or a misdemeanor?
Felony.
Then, if you get page 2, then you'll come back to court within. You have to come back to court within 24 hours, sir.
I don't understand. I mean, it was from 2019.
Oh, hold on. I just saw this on the calendar.
Oh.
It's not bad news for you. You do have a probation violation. It is a somewhat older probation violation. It's Class 4. Your next court date on that is February the 12th at 8:30. You do have an attorney appointed on in that case. Well, in that case, you're also being released on your own recognizance.
I am?
Yes.
So I've been released on my own recognizance?
On both cases.
Thank
Just
God.
make sure you make your court dates. Are you promising you're going to appear?
I'm proud I'm going to appear because, I mean, I thought I lost my job that
All right.
I love. Thank you.
Just step over here in the court. We'll give you some paperwork. All right, next, Matthew Mills, followed by Rachel McCann. Sir, your name?
Matthew Lynn Mills, 5395.
All right, sir. You're here on two cases, the first of which is a traffic offense for driving on a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Based upon the nature of the offense, you're not entitled to a court-appointed counsel on that charge. Your next court on that case will be an arraignment hearing on February the 21st in the Moon Valley Justice Court at 10 a.m. On that case, you're released on your own recognizance. In the 2025 matter, you're charged with theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. Your next court date in that case is a status conference on February the 20th at 8:30. That's in the Downtown Justice Center. On that case, you're going to be released to pretrial services. You'll need to keep in contact with them, follow all of the directions. Though you do so can result in a warrant and more stringent release conditions. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have no contact with the alleged victim, not to have any drugs without a valid prescription. The deputy will give you a paperwork with your court date and an envelope with how to contact pretrial services.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Next, we have Rachel McCann, followed by Christian Mays. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please state your name.
Rachel McCann,
And your date of birth.
4/14 of 82.
Okay, ma'am, you're charged with possessing narcotic drugs and possessing narcotic drugs and possessing dangerous drugs, both Class 4 felonies, and drug paraphernalia Class 6 felony. On those three counts, the court did not find probable cause based upon the limited information I have. That does not mean the county attorney can't bring those charges. You're also charged with driving on a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have appointed a public defender to represent you. On this case, you'll be released on your own recognizance. Do you have any questions? All right.
Thank you, Gordon.
You're welcome. Step right over there, ma'am. Mr. Mays, followed by Jessica Foss. Sir, state your name, please.
Christian Myasa.
Okay, sir. And your date of birth.
11/05/97.
Sir, you're here on two cases. In the 2023 matter, you're here on a probation violation on a Class 6 felony. I have appointed the public defender to represent you. Your next court date on this case will be a revocation arraignment hearing on February the 12th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court. On this case, you're going to be released on your own recognizance. You must report to the probation department within 72 hours of your release. On the 2025 matter, you're charged with aggravated assault on a police officer, Class 4 felony, which the court did not find probable cause on. You're also charged with criminal trespass, a Class 5 felony, and resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, failure to obey a police officer, Class 6 felony. The court did find probable cause on those three counts. On this case, the court is also releasing you on your own recognizance. You have no contact with any alleged victims or returning to the scene of the alleged crime. You contact the probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Do you have any questions, sir?
One. I have one question. Sorry, my back is killing me right now. I'm trying to about the canal area that's no trespassing. Yesterday, I had dropped a ring in that area. Is there nothing that I can do to obtain that ring again, or?
There's really no civil standby for that.
Sorry.
You could contact SRP, who owns the canal, and ask them if anybody's turned in a ring, or ask them if they could look for the ring. You can't go into that's considered a critical area for criminal trespassing statutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay? The deputy will give you some paperwork, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Jessica Foss, followed by Taylor Molosic. Please state your name, ma'am.
Jessica Foss,
And your date of birth.
7/14/90.
All right, ma'am, you're charged with aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony, and criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause for those offenses, and I've appointed the public defender to represent you. Your next court date on this case will be a status conference on February the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court Complex. I am going to release you to pretrial services. You will need to keep on contact with them and follow all of their directions. There are some specific things to do with your case. That is, you're not to return to the scene of alleged crime. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. You have no contact with the victim at all, of any type. You're not to have any contact with any arresting officers. You may have no contact with the alleged victim, even if she contacts you first or they contact you first. You may not reside at the same location, even if you're on the lease or the owner of that property at this time. You are entitled to one civil standby with law enforcement officers to get into your property from the house or the apartment that you may be entitled to. And other than that, no contact with the victim until further order of the court. You must report to pretrial services and follow all their directions. Failure to do so can result in more stringent release conditions, including being placed in custody. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, ma'am. The deputy will give you an envelope and the paperwork and the piece of paper with your court date.
Okay.
Taylor Milosic, followed by Lena Kopajich. I'm killing that name. Ma'am, step up to the podium and tell me your name and date of birth.
Taylor Molachek, August 22nd, 1992.
All right, ma'am, you're charged with possessing drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. Based upon the limited information I have today, I was not able to find probable cause. That does not mean the county attorney cannot file those charges.
Okay.
You still need to make sure you make your court date.
Okay.
Because they could file a complaint. Your next court date will be a status conference on February the 20th at 8:30. Other than that, there are no release conditions. You're released.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Have a great day.
All right, Miss Lena, or I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name again. All right, I tried. Please state your name and date of birth.
Pina Coppage, 12/24/85.
All right, ma'am. Ma'am, you're charged with possessing narcotic drugs for sale, possessing narcotic drugs for sale is a Class 2 felony, narcotic drugs a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause for those offenses. I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date will be a status conference on February the 20th at 8:30 in the Downtown Justice Center. I'm going to release you on pretrial services, which means you just need to keep in contact with them and do everything they tell you to do. Do you understand that? At this point, you'd have no contact with the arresting officers or any of the co-defendants in this case. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
So one of the co-defendants is my fiance.
Until you can talk to the court on the 11th to see if you can have contact at that point, but until the court makes a different order, in any case, you're not to have contact with any co-defendants. That's in every case.
That's understood.
Okay. The officer will give you an envelope with how to contact pretrial services as well as the paper with your court date.
The only other, I'll wait to talk to my attorney. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Good luck to you, ma'am. All right, looks like the last matter on our calendar is Angelica, I'll say Puce. It's a house call. She has two cases, the 2023 matter, a probation violation where I found probable cause, appointed an attorney. She has a revocation arraignment on February the 12th at 8:30. On that case, my inclination is to set a bond of $250. On the 2022 matter, it's also a probation violation matter, also with a probation arraignment date of February the 12th at 8:30. On that case, my inclination is to set a bond of $500. Should the court make a determination that those two things those conditions are not appropriate, I'll come back on the record and make any addendums or corrections. That concludes the 2 p.m. calendar. The court will stand in recess until 5 p.m. All rise.
You may be seated. This is the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for February 5th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 1st of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar. I'm going to call each of you up to the podium one by one, while I will ask you for your first and last name, your date of birth. I will then tell you why you are here, whether or not an attorney has been appointed to you, what your future court dates are, what your bond is if you are eligible for bond, and what your release conditions will be. Some of you may have questions. I would just ask that you hold your questions until after I advise you of all those things. So the first person that I'm calling to do we have the interpreter? Okay, so the first person that, I'm so sorry, I'm going to pause because I realize that we have a court interpreter. I'm so sorry. Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor.
Did I need to slow that down for you so that you could interpret?
No, ma'am, I'll render that and then we can go on. Thank you. Hola, buenas tardes. Esta es la lista de casos para las 5 de la tarde, hoy 5 de febrero 2025. La orden para la toma de huellas digitales y muestras de ADN emitida el primer día de este mes aplicará a esta lista de casos. En un momento les llamaré a cada uno por uno, para que pasen ante mí. Les pediré que me digan su nombre, su fecha de nacimiento. Les explicaré por qué están aquí. Les diré si califican para un abogado. Les informaré de la fecha de su siguiente comparecencia y de la fianza que se pueda fijar en su caso. Entiendo que quizá tengan preguntas acerca de su caso, pero pediré que guarden sus preguntas hasta que termine de decir lo que tenga que decir.
At this time, I will call Kenneth Salinas to come to the podium.
Pase, por favor, Kenneth Salinas al podio en la sala.
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Diga su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Kenneth Alan Roacho Salinas, 10 de julio de 2005.
Kenneth Alan Roacho Salinas, July 10th, 2005.
You are here today because a warrant was issued for your arrest when you failed to appear for a court date.
Usted comparece el día de hoy por una orden de aprehensión que se libró tras no presentarse usted a una fecha de comparecencia.
An attorney has already been appointed to represent you in this matter.
Ya se le ha asignado abogado para que le asesore en este caso.
You will have a status conference hearing on February 11th at 8:30. And here it says 8:21, but I think it should be 8:30.
Correct.
Okay. You have a status conference hearing on February 11th at 8:30.
Tiene una consulta de actualización el día 11 de febrero a las 8:30.
And you have a preliminary hearing on February 13th at 8:30.
Y tiene audiencia preliminar el 13 de febrero a las 8:30.
The warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500.
La orden de aprehensión conlleva una fianza de $500.
I would advise against attempting to post that bond because you do have an ICE hold.
Yo le recomiendo que no deposite esa fianza porque tiene orden de detención de inmigración.
That takes care of everything that we can do here this evening. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Eso es todo lo que podemos hacer esta tarde. Lleve su documento que le dé el oficial. Gracias.
¿No puedo hablar?
May I say something?
Okay.
Bueno.
Solo quería decir que no me presenté a la corte porque estaba detenido en migración.
I just wanted to tell the court that I didn't show up at the court date because I was detained by immigration.
I believe that that's probably true because I did review the paperwork that shows that you are in an ICE hold.
Yo creo que eso sí es verdad porque leí el papeleo que indica que tiene orden de aprehensión de inmigración.
The bond will allow you to stay here in custody so that you can resolve your matters before being released to ICE.
La fianza le permite permanecer aquí hasta que resuelva este caso antes que se lo lleve ICE.
You have any more questions?
¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Que si pagaba la fianza aquí, ¿podría salir aquí sin que me llevara al ICE?
So, if I were to pay that bond, could I be released here without ICE taking me?
No.
No.
That's why I gave the advisement.
Por eso di el aviso que di.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and go back into the holding room. Thank you. Ms. Reyes, will you please come to the podium?
Señora Reyes, pase a la sala.
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Diga su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Jocelyn Bernice Saurit Reyes, 8 de julio de 1995.
Yeseline Bernice Sabot Reyes, July 8th, 1995.
You are here on a new case.
Usted comparece por un caso nuevo.
You were charged with one count of tampering with physical evidence, a Class 6 felony.
Se le acusa de un cargo de manipulación de evidencia, un delito de categoría 6.
I did find probable cause as to that charge.
Dicto que hay fundamento fáctico para esa acusación.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
He asignado un abogado para que le asesore.
You will have a status conference hearing on February 20th at 8:30.
Tiene consulta de actualización el día 20 de febrero a las 8:30.
And a preliminary hearing on February 24th at 8:30.
Y una audiencia preliminar el 24 de febrero a las 8:30.
I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for your next court date.
Mi inclinación es dejarla en libertad bajo caución juratoria, pero esto quiere decir que usted se compromete a presentarse a la siguiente audiencia.
Do you promise to appear for your court date?
¿Usted se compromete a presentarse? Yes.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest.
Si no se presenta a la comparecencia, se librará orden de aprehensión por usted.
And a bond will likely be imposed.
Y lo más probable es que se le fije una fianza.
That takes care of everything that we can do here this evening. If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Sorry, Martine.
It's okay. Eso es todo lo que podemos hacer esta tarde. Pase a su izquierda y recoja su documento del oficial.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez, can you make an inquiry as to whether or not anybody else is in need of your services before I excuse you?
Yes, ma'am. Buenas tardes a todos. Soy el intérprete de la comisionada. ¿Hay alguien más en la sala que necesita intérprete de español? Si es así, levante la mano ahora.
Okay, does not look like there's anybody else. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. You have a good evening.
You're welcome, ma'am. You too. Bye-bye.
Mr. Marquez, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Hernandez, will you please have a seat in the chair? Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Armando Marquez, February 27, 1999.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 6 felony, 2 counts of assault with intent to injure, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 2 counts of disorderly conduct involving fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all of those counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 11th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 13th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you are able to post bond, you will be released to pretrial services, which will include electronic monitoring. You will also have the additional release conditions that you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims. You cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment are issued, you have to obey the terms of those orders. You cannot reside at the same location as alleged victims, even if you are the owner or renter of the residence. You are permitted 1 civil standby with law enforcement to allow you to collect your essential belongings. Please be advised that if you violate the no contact order in this matter, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Also, please be advised that if you are able to post bond, you must comply with your release conditions as well as appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court dates, any bond posted will be forfeited, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you'd be subject to bond again. That takes care of everything that we can do here this evening. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
May I ask any questions?
You can.
I don't have any contacts to post my bond, and I need to work in order to afford to pay my bond. So I ask that on my recognizance that you allow me to appear to my first court date.
I'm not inclined to do that. I will let you know the way that I came to the amount of bond that I have imposed. It was the nature of the offense, the facts and circumstances that I considered in order to make a probable cause finding. Very concerning. I am concerned about the safety of the victims based on that information. So I believe that imposing bond will ensure that you do follow the release conditions if you are able to be released. You can readdress the issue of bond when you appear for your status conference hearing on February 11th. Mr. Hernandez, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Nunez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. So can you please state your first and last name as well as your date of birth?
Benjamin Hernandez, 11/1/1990.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of assault with intent to injure, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct involving fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have an arraignment hearing on February 12th at 1 o'clock. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim or victims. You cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment that have been issued or are subsequently issued, you must obey the terms of those orders. You may not reside at the same location as the alleged victims, even if you are the owner or renter of the residence. You are permitted 1 civil standby with law enforcement to collect your essential belongings. You are also cautioned that if you violate the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Please be advised that if you are able to post bond, you have to comply with all those release conditions, and you must appear for your court date. If you fail to comply with your release conditions or fail to appear for your court date, any bond posted will be forfeited, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you'd be subject to bond again. So that takes care of everything that we can do here today. If you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Secured appearance, 2,000. It's on your paperwork. Ms. Nunez, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. De Los Santos, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Danielle Marie Nunez, 8/17/84.
You are here today because you have a violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation hearing as well as a possible disposition hearing on February 12th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If you're able to post bond, you do need to appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited. A warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you'll be subject to bond again.
Okay.
So that's all we can do here today. If you'll step to your left, officer will give you paperwork.
Thank you.
Ms. De Los Santos, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Green, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Hello. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Mary De Los Santos, and it's 6/17 of 1980.
So you were here on 3 matters. You have 1 new case, and then you have 2 violations of probation. So I'm going to talk to you first about the new case. You were charged with 1 count of taking contraband into a correctional facility, a Class 2 felony, and 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on February 11th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on February 13th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You do need to make sure that you appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear, warrants will be issued for your arrest, and any bond posted would be forfeited. Then, as to your violations of probation, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in both of those matters. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on February 12th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250 per case. So your total bond would be secured appearance $500 on the probation violation matters. So your total bond between the 3 cases would be $3,000. Make sure that you do appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear, any bond posted would be forfeited, a warrant would be issued for your arrest, and you would be subject to bond again. So that takes care of everything that we can do here today. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
I cannot post bond, and, okay, I can't post bond. I have 2 daughters at home.
So I will tell you that I am very sorry that you have children at home, but you were involved in something that resulted in you getting arrested that I
had no idea that I had that there.
So we're not going to talk about it because I appointed an attorney to represent you, so you should talk to your attorney as part of your defense. Mr. Green, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Revere, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Good evening, Your Honor. My name is Christopher Green. Date of birth is 6/13/1990.
Sir, you were here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney has already been appointed to you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on February 13th at 8:30. That warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If you are able to post bond, you do need to appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited. Another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you'd be subject to bond again. So that takes care of everything that we can do here this evening. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
And a quick question, Your Honor. Am I able to get into my property? Because I have money in my bank account where I can actually pay off with my debit card for me to post bond.
I think you need to talk to the deputies about that.
Okay.
I have nothing to do with access to property. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Revere, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Keith, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Okay, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
It's 11/9/63, and it's Candy Revere.
Thank you. You were here on 2 matters. You have 1 warrant for failing to appear for a court date, and then a direct complaint was filed. I'm going to first talk to you about the direct complaint. You were charged with 1 count of possession or use of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. The date of the alleged offense, offenses is June 28th of 2023. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on February 11th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 13th at 8:30. That direct complaint had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Then, as to your failure to appear for your court date, an attorney had already been appointed to you in that matter. You have a You have a status conference hearing on February 11th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 13th at 8:30. And again, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. So you have a total bond of $500 secured appearance. You do need to appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear for your court dates, any bond posted would be forfeited. Another warrant would be issued for your arrest, and you would be subject to bond again.
I have a husband that is paralyzed, that I am his sole caregiver. I don't know if there's anything we can do. He's a paraplegic, and I'm the only one that cares for him.
Part of the issue here, ma'am, is that, oh, I'm so sorry, your warrant for failing to appear was for $500. So, I'm sorry, so you had a hearing that you failed to appear for on March 26th of last year, so that's almost a year ago.
Yeah, I've been taking care of him, so I just honestly forgot.
Well,
I mean,
so that doesn't give me any confidence that then you will appear for your next court date. So I'm not changing the bond. The point of the bond for you is that you have a history of not appearing for court, and this will ensure that you show up to your court dates. I do hope that you can find someone that can care for your husband in your stead, but that is the order of the court today. Ms. Keefe, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Lambert, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Victoria Keefe, 10793, ma'am.
You were here because you have two matters. I believe they both, one is a warrant for failing to appear for a court date, and the other one is a direct complaint. I'll talk about the direct complaint first. You were charged with 1 count of possession or use of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, and then 1 count of possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. The date of these alleged offenses is May 19th of 2023. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on February 11th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 13th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. And then as to your warrant for failing to appear, an attorney was already appointed to you in that matter. You have a status conference hearing on February 11th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on February 13th at 8:30, and that warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. So your total secured appearance bond will be $1,000 between the two cases. If you are able to post bond, it is important that you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, another warrant would be issued for your arrest. Hold on. Any bond that you've posted would be forfeited, and you would be subject to more bond.
May I say something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the reason for missing court was I had gone to an inpatient rehab for federal probation, which I actually just currently finished. I was, because I had all it planned out to go home tomorrow because I have stuff with Casa Grande to finish that they just OR'd me the other day. And then I came here to do this. And I was getting my vehicle back to get a job and everything so I can start paying my fines. And I didn't just skip out on court. When did you go into treatment? It was January 8th to April 3rd, and then I was in an outpatient. Yes, April 3rd.
Of last year?
Yes, ma'am. And then I was in an outpatient till about May, June, but then I forgot to tell my probation officer the last 6 months I was in CCA because I forgot to tell him that I had moved within a certain time frame.
What CCA?
Florence. I was in Florence.
So when did you go into Florence?
Around June 26th, and I got time served and released, not yesterday, but the day before.
So I will tell you that there are some holes.
And I have proof, though. You
wanted me to hear you. So now I
Okay.
want you to hear me.
Because my mom told me to talk to you guys about this.
So are you interested in hearing my response?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's just,
So your warrant was issued in January. And according to you, you went inpatient from January to April, and then you went into outpatient for a period of time. So during that time, you did not call anybody regarding this case. You did not contact your lawyer.
that's what I wasn't able to. And I even have my treatment team that can back that up. We were
When you're
trying to.
outpatient?
When I was an inpatient, we were trying
I'm
to
talking
get
about when
a
you're
hold.
outpatient. I listened to your whole,
Yeah.
everything that you said.
We were trying to get a hold of your public defender's office. I live in Tucson. I don't live out here. And the receptionist kept sending us to a voicemail. So how am I going to work with you guys if the public defender's not even getting back to me?
How many times did you attempt
We
to
tried
call?
a few times. I don't have an exact number for you, but it was a few times, and even my treatment team was trying to help me with that. It wasn't just forgotten about. I was having issues getting a hold of my public defender. And the voicemail they kept sending us to was a woman. I don't remember her name. It's been a minute. But I was trying to reach out to you guys, to them, so I could have this matter situated. And then an incident happened in May, and that's why I didn't tell my PO why I moved. And there's a police report on that incident, and then that's
So
why.
it still sounds like there were other things that were going on.
There wasn't.
Well, you said you got into an incident.
I got
You did not
raped.
report-
I got raped in May.
I don't want you to tell me your.
And so I
personal-
ended up violating because I didn't say where I moved.
I'm gonna ask you to go step in there, and I will call you back.
Okay.
Ms. Lambert? Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Janessa Lambert, 12/3/90.
Thank you. You are here today because you have 2 warrants for failing to appear for court dates. An attorney was appointed to you in these matters. Already, you do have a non-witness violation hearing on February 12th, as well as a potential disposition hearing at the same time and date. Each of your warrants has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. So between the 2 cases, your total secured appearance bond is $500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear for your court dates, any bond posted will be forfeited. A warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you would be subject to bond again. So if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Benson, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Bedoni, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Can we move it to the 8 p.m.? Yeah. I'm so sorry, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Brian David Benson, 04/17/1982.
Thank you. You are here today because you have a violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on February 12th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you need to make sure that you attend your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited. A warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you'd be subject to bond again. That's pretty much all we can do here this evening.
Man, there's no way I was supposed to be taking in crossroads recently, within actually this last week for my PO, but I got stuck in Pinal. I've been out there for a week. I came over here, and I was wondering, is there any way we could put me on a lexicon monitor?
This warrant has been pending since October 1st of 2024.
Yeah.
So I am affirming the bond. If you'll please step to the left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
What's the bond again?
Mr. Bedoni, if you'll please come into the courtroom. And Micah Mason, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, will you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Roy Bedoni,
And what is your date of birth?
5/4/1987.
Okay, you are here because you have 2 violations of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in each matter. Are you in custody anyplace else?
No.
Okay. You do have a probation violation possible disposition hearing on February 12th at 8:30 for both matters. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250 per warrant or violation warrant. So your total bond is secured appearance of $500. If you are able to post bond, you need to make sure that you attend your court date. If you fail to appear, the bond that you posted will be forfeited. Another warrant would be issued for your arrest, and you'd be subject to bond again.
Okay.
So that takes care of everything that we can do here today. If you'll step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Micah Mason, if you'll please come into the courtroom. And Mr. Khadijah, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
I do, Your Honor.
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Micah Mason, January 22nd, 2003.
You were here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of assault with intent to injure, Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of disorderly conduct involving fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all of those counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have an arraignment hearing on February 25th at 9 o'clock. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
I promise.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you will likely be subject to bond. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Khadijah, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Thompson, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Well, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Daniel Kilishe,
And your date of birth?
March 2nd, 1982.
You were here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of false reporting to law enforcement, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 24th at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
As part of being released to pretrial services, you must abide by all your release conditions as well as attend your court dates. If you fail to comply with your release conditions or fail to appear for your court date, warrant will be issued for your arrest and likely a bond would be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Thompson, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Steele, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Charles Michael Thompson, February 10th of 1990.
You were here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to that count. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 20th at 8:30, and then a preliminary hearing on February 24th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you would likely be subject to bond. Do you understand?
I do.
If you step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. Steele, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Mason, will you please have a seat in the chair?
Hello, Your Honor. I'm Nicole Steele. My birthday is 9/19/1990.
Thank you. You are here because you have a warrant out of Santan Justice Court. Due to the nature of the offense, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on February 25th at 9 o'clock. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today, but I will let you know that this will probably be your last chance. If you fail to appear for that court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. So do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand what will happen if you fail to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you step to your left, the officer will give you...
May Your Honor, I just wanted to say I am sorry. I am very sorry.
You don't have to apologize to me. It's not my court. This was Santan Court. Ms. Mason, will you please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Lesage, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Oh, I was supposed to do, I did Khadija, and we're just moving FOJ to the 8 o'clock. That was number 5? I called it. Okay, I thought we were going to move the whole thing over, so I did. I'll be with you in just a moment. So we're just going to recall him on the 8 o'clock. Okay, thank you. I apologize. Ma'am, you please state your first and last name and your date of birth.
Manny C. Mason, 10/29/98.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of assault with intent to injure, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to both counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have an arraignment hearing on February 25th at 9 o'clock. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Absolutely, I promise.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond will likely be imposed. Do you understand?
I understand.
If you'll step to your left.
Thank you so much.
Officer Begay, number 5, Daniel Khadija, we have to, there was a page 2 that came in, so we're going to see him at 8, because I know you're like releasing people, and I don't know what happens with that.
What's his name?
Daniel Khadija. I did, I already called it. I was just made aware that there's a page. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lesage, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Montefort, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Mr. King, please state your first and last name and your date of birth.
Kyle Sage, 4/11/1995.
You were here today because you have, I believe, 5 violations of probation.
Yes,
I did appoint an attorney to represent you in all of those matters. You do have a probation, revocation, possible disposition hearing on February 12th at 8:30. I can't remember if I told you that I did appoint an attorney to represent you. Okay. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and then you will likely be subject to bond.
Okay.
Okay, so if you'll step to your left,
I'm sorry, just one question. Are you able to see if my bond for the other cases are posted already?
I don't know what other
thank
cases you're here for. Mr. Montefort? Hello, sir. Can you state your first and last name and your date of birth?
David Montefort, February 2nd, 1993.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of Hacienda Justice Court. Due to the nature of the charge, you're not entitled to a court-appointed attorney. You do have an arraignment hearing on February 19th at 9 o'clock. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes.
If you fail to appear, another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yeah, the last time it was 4:30, and the case manager picked me up, and we didn't have enough time to get to it.
Okay.
So we should have called or something, but.
Okay, well, do you know what time it is?
So February 19th?
February 19th at 9 o'clock. Your paperwork will have all the information on it.
AM?
Yes. The officer
Okay.
is holding your paperwork right there, so if you'll step to the left, all that information is there.
Thank you.
I'm looking up her information. Ms. If you'll please come back into the courtroom.
apologize for that.
So I'm just going to let you know for our future reference.
Yes, ma'am.
That if you were asking to be heard on something and someone's talking to you, you should just listen to what they're saying so you understand what is happening.
Of course.
What I was trying to get to and understand what was going on is your timeline, and you kept interrupting me.
I'm sorry.
So my understanding is that you went into inpatient treatment
For 90 days.
Before your court date?
I was in there during my court date. We were trying to get a hold of the public defender's office, and I couldn't get a hold of anybody. And my treatment team tried to help me. And I was like, if you could, I don't know, I know it's a lot to ask, if you can take the bond off and OR me. I was like, I promised to go to my next court date. I didn't just miss it because I was having issues getting in contact with the defender's office out here and with you guys.
And then you were in custody in Pinal County?
I was in,
I just need for you to answer that question.
Okay,
Because I'm
yes.
making a note. So you were in custody in Pinal County?
For a day and a half, yes, ma'am. I did my Casa Grande.
Wait a minute, because you told me you just got out today.
No, I got out of Florence for CCA, which is the Federal Detention Center. That's where I was for June 26th to Monday. They went to release me, but they said I had warrants. So then I went to Pinal.
So you were in federal custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Until recently?
Yes, that was for my federal probation, and I just completed that whole case. And then I went to Pinal. I had my court yesterday with Casa Grande, and the judge OR'd me, and he wants my proof of my rehab for my counseling I did.
I don't need to know all of that.
Payment.
I just am trying to figure out where you are.
I'm sorry. And I had all these things that I needed to do. I won't miss court, I promise.
And then you were released to Pinal County Superior Court, and that's when they found your warrant?
So when the marshals went to release me, they noticed I had warrants, so they took me back to CCA to be released to Pinal County, so I could handle what I needed to.
Okay. So just I'm redoing this. Okay. I'm going to actually redo both of her orders. Okay, so I am going to, for both of your matters, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to appear for your status conference hearing on February 20th at 8:30 and preliminary hearing on February 24th at 8:30 for both matters. If you fail to appear for those, you're not going to get another chance.
Okay.
Giving you the benefit of the doubt today, I did put the information in so that judge knows what happened this time.
Okay.
You're not going to get the benefit again.
Okay, thank you so much.
I didn't sign the second one. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, why? Okay. Brittany Winkler, if you will please come into the courtroom. Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Brittany Winkler, 1984.
You were here today because a direct complaint was filed. Where you were charged with Counts 1 through 26 are making a false statement that are Class 6 felonies alleged to have occurred on April 12th through October 7th of 2020. And then count 27, fraudulent schemes and practices, a Class 5 felony alleged to have occurred between April 12th of 2020 and October 7th of 2020. And count 28, theft, a Class 3 felony committed between April 12th of 2020 and October 7th of 2020. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. Do you have to open it up again? Or did we? I thought I did. Is it showing now?
Yeah.
Okay. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I have released you to, I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
I do.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond will likely be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, that takes care of everything that we need to do here today. If you will I don't know if you need to go into holding or if the officer will give you your paperwork. This concludes our 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 8 p.m.